2 innings have done in the Indians in the first 2 games of this series. But the Tribe has a chance to bounce back and split the 4-game set. It all starts on the mound as Danny Salazar makes his second big league start against the AL's best offense. The Indians need to bunch some runs together, and they'll take their swings against Doug Fister next on Sports Time Ohio. Field in downtown Cleveland, it's Indians baseball. Tonight, the Tribe continues its 4-game series against Detroit. So far, it's been all Tigers. They've taken the first 2. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. The Indians have not played all that poorly in this series. In fact, it's been just 2 bad innings that have done them in. That's the only innings that the Tigers have managed to score against the Tribe. And now the Indians will give the ball to young Danny Salazar. Quite a moment for the youngster, making just his second major league start. But, Rick, he doesn't seem to be overwhelmed by this big stage.
Well, he shouldn't be. Only 23 years old, so the nerves will not jump out. This guy pitched his first game against Toronto, was very good. He had an excellent fastball, a changeup to go with it, along with a breaking ball. He threw 72% strikes, and, you're going to have to do that to this Detroit club and pitch inside to beat him. He's going up against Doug Fister, who has been on fire in his last 4 starts. 4-0 record, 1.29 ERA. His ERA since the break is under 1, and this guy is tough. He's faced the Indians 1 time this year. They roughed him up, and they got the win in this ballpark. Now, he has a good curveball. He will pitch inside. He's going to be a tough guy to run on. He can control a running game, so they have their work cut out for him to see if they can win their first game in this series.
When you think of Detroit, most people think of Miguel Cabrera, Prince Fielder. You think of the big bats. But during their 10-game winning streak, 9 times, Detroit has allowed 2 runs or less. So it's their pitching that has really carried them here of late. We'll see if Danny Salazar can pitch the Indians to a win. The Tribe needs to stop the bad mojo against the Tigers. The play-by-play is coming up next. let's see if the Indians can get on board, get on track, and get a win against the Detroit Tigers here tonight. Welcome in. Danny Salazar, making his second big league start, is on the hill for the Tribe. Here's Jim Leyland starting 9 quickly. Austin Jackson leading it off, then Torrey Hunter, followed by Miguel Cabrera. Prince Fielder bats cleanup. Victor Martinez batting 5th on Kelly. 3 hits last night, including the big 3-run homer. Then Brian Pena, Ramon Santiago, and Jose Iglesias.
And young Danny Salazar is ready to go.
The 23-year-old right-hander fires a fastball in there for strike 1 to Austin Jackson. 78 degrees, our game time temperature. Not much of a breeze, a perfect night in downtown Cleveland. That pitch a little bit outside, 1-1. Had some heavy rains late this afternoon, but everything perfect now at game time as Cabrera went down to field it. And a good throw to get Jackson one away.
Let's check out the Kia Indians defense behind Salazar tonight. It'll be Brantley in left, Bourne in center, Swisher in right. Aviles at third, Cabrera at short, Kipnis at second, Santana at first with Yan Gomes again starting behind the plate. Danny Salazar only his second start. The other one came against Toronto, but it was a good one. Great stuff, good live arm, changeup, slider, and he threw a lot of strikes. 72% to be exact.
Torrey Hunter lays off, it's outside. 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Salazar with a tremendous arm. What do we have? Something came loose?
That's a base.
Oh, left the base out there.
Yeah. They're going with 5 bases today. After third, you got to hit that one before you go home. It's going to be tough to score tonight.
That's one way to steal a base. Now back to business. 2-0 pitch to Torrey Hunter. And that fastball is popped in the air right field. Nick Swisher is under it. He's got it, 2 down. Keys to the game courtesy of Akron Children's Hospital. For Danny Salazar, locate. In other words, throw it where you want to throw it. And hopefully offensively they can get loose tonight. They have not been able to do that in the first 2 games of this series, scoring 2 runs in game 1, just 1 run last night.
Well, this Detroit pitching staff in their winning streak has been so dominant. They're starters. And you got a guy, Pfister, who's pitching for them tonight. Since the All-Star break, he's 3-0 and an ERA of under 1, who's been hot. But they beat him earlier this year. They didn't beat him, but they roughed him up when he was in there.
Here's Miguel Cabrera, 3 for 8 in the series, and Salazar's pitch is outside for ball 1. Our Firestone Complete Auto Care Extra Mile Index. Miguel Cabrera leading the league in batting average. He's second in homers, second in runs batted in. Caught the outside corner, 1-1. Good fastball. And that was up to 99 miles an hour. So Salazar's coming right out of the bullpen tonight. First inning, much like Justin Verlander last night. He's got the pedal to the metal early. And Cabrera taking his time before he steps back in. He wants it up. And he wouldn't chase, 2-2. 9 out of 10 pitches have been 95 miles an hour or more. As Salazar has come out throwing smoke. Now the 2-2. Just a little bit high and a full count. Prince Fielder waiting on deck. 2 down here in the top half of the first. And Miguel Cabrera dawdling, taking more time.
He's trying to make the kid wait because he wants to get the ball and throw it, so he's stepping out on him, making him take his time.
Now the payoff pitch. Oh, what a breaking ball. See you later. Cabrera will have a seat. 1, 2, 3 go the Tigers. The Indians are coming to bat. Starting lineup brought to you by Progressive, making it easy to bundle your home and car insurance. Michael Bourne leading it off, followed by Nick Swisher, then Jason Kipnis bats third. As Drupal Cabrera cleanup, Michael Brantley, his hit in 3 straight, will hit 5th, then Carlos Santana. Jason Giambi will DH. Jan Gomes catching and batting 8th. Mike Aviles will hit 9th.
Well, and Doug Fister on the mound, his 23rd start. He does have a complete game, a 10-5 record. He's been on a roll. This guy he comes right at you. Very competitive. He's not afraid to pitch inside. He's hit 14 batters this year. He was leading the league until Masterson hit a couple last night. He tied him with 14. But he doesn't walk many, and he controls the running game. So you have your work cut out for you.
Fouled off toward the Tribe dugout. Count stays 0-2. And he strikes out Bourne, 1 away.
Take a look at the Tigers' defense, rated 5th in the league. They've made 51 errors. Kelly is in left, Jackson in center, Hunter right. Cabrera is at third, Iglesias is at short, Santiago at second, Fielder at first, Pena behind the plate.
Chris Guccione behind the plate, the crew chief Tom Hallion down at second base, Kalpa and Cuzzy on the corners. Outside for ball 1 to Nick Swisher, trying to stop an 0-for-15 slump. That'll even the count of 1-1. During the Tigers' 10-game winning streak, it was Doug Fister who pitched the first of the 10, beating Philadelphia 2-1. He outdueled Cole Hamels in that game. That's popped up foul ground. Brian Pena near the on-deck circle. Can't get to it.
Well, those bags sort of helped out. He couldn't reach up over that fence there. They have the balls, the game balls, in that bag, and there's a stool sitting over there right at the corner. Watch, he goes right to the corner, and he can't go any further than that. No, he couldn't get over there to reach up, and it was right on the corner, so.
He was on the wrong side of the glass. That ball hit on the other side of the glass where Terry Francona stands.
Toward the dugout side.
Pops him up on the infield. Cabrera at third base. 2 quick outs here in the first. So I mentioned Doug Fister beat Cole Hamels 2-1 when this 10-game winning streak began for Detroit. Second time he came through the rotation, he faced the White Sox. He beat Chicago 2-1. And now he is here again for the third time during this Tigers run. And the pitching has been incredible. They've given up just 13 total runs during that 10-game win streak. And as I mentioned, 9 out of the 10, 2 runs or less. The most they've given up was 4, and that was a game in which they scored a dozen against Philly.
You know, and we have wondered this year why Detroit was just, they haven't taken off, especially with the pitching that we know that they have. And you know they have a very good offense. But you're right, they've taken off now because of their pitching. Cabrera's been hurt a little bit. Now the loss of Peralta with his suspension for the 50 games. Those starters they throw somebody out there every day that can take you deep into a ball game. And I mean, we've watched the Indians do it for the last 3 weeks or a month, and they've been very good, their starters.
Kipnis bangs it right back up the middle. And a 2-out single here in the first.
That's tough to get it over this guy's head. He's about 6'7", 6'8". You get one over his head, you earn it. Kipnis, the 2-out single. But now comes the tough part because it's tough to run. Even though you may like to now with 2 outs because Fister does a tremendous job of holding runners. He's quick to home plate. He's allowed only 15 stolen bases in 119 outings at the major league level. That's how good he has been.
As Dribble Cabrera, 1 for 4 with a double in the series. Wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. Yeah, 1 for 7 in the series for Asdrubal. The 0-1, up and away. He lays off, evens the count. Jason Kipnis, 21 steals on the year. Held at first by Prince Fielder. And there's a ball hit toward the gap, but running over into the alley to take it away is Torrey Hunter. And the Indians strand a runner at first after 1, no score in Cleveland. McDonald's now introducing 3 exciting new quarter pounders. And by Kia. No score, second inning for Detroit. Prince fielder Victor Martinez, Don Kelly duo. Danny Salazar winds it up in a hurry, and a fastball in there for strike one at 98. Chop foul.
When you watch him wind up, Matt, and he's throwing like, I'm not worried about the speed, but it's free and easy. You know, he's not overthrowing, he's not grunting, he's not doing a lot of things. It's just free and easy, and it's exploding out of his hand.
No violent recoil. Breaking ball, no contest.
Changeup got him.
Second strikeout for Salazar. One down here in the second inning, and we'll go downstairs and check in with Katie Witham.
Well, Matt, Danny Salazar was on a 65 pitch count limit when he was with AAA Columbus, but in his last start, he threw a no-hitter through 5 innings, only using 53 pitches. Now, Mickey Callaway said they won't limit him here in the majors, but they will pay attention to his stressful innings. If all goes well, though, they won't hesitate to let him extend past 100 pitches or so.
All right, thanks, Katie. Here's Victor Martinez. Good-looking fastball. Didn't get the call there. 1-0. Martinez 3 for 6 in the series. Now the 1-1 fastball, and Martinez got a piece of that. 1-2 the count. Martinez takes his time, very methodical, slows it down. Rifles one to right field. And Swisher trying to knock it down. Stays with it. Man, Martinez has a one-out single here in the second.
Here's the changeup that he left up. Victor hit on into right field. Hit it on the line. That's the first hit for the Tigers tonight.
That'll bring up Don Kelly. Don Kelly had the big night last night. Justin Masterson said afterwards, if I was Superman, Don Kelly would be my kryptonite. And Kelly, for whatever reason, he always sees the ball well coming out of Masterson's hand. And Jim Leland put him in the lineup because of that last night. It paid off big time.
Yeah, it has paid off, and sometimes that happens. You have a pitcher that, man, you can't explain it. You go up there, you just see it, and you just happen to hit it, and hit it hard. There's other times where you go up and it doesn't matter what this guy throws you, you can't touch him. But he got a fastball last night and juiced him. Middle end, he's a good low ball hitter, so you try to elevate it, and that's what he did with it when you did. Had 2 other singles prior to that.
But that was a dagger. Fouled away. 1-2. Danny Salazar grew up in the Dominican Republic. Swung out and missed. He strikes out Don Kelly. His 3rd strikeout already here tonight. 2 down in the inning.
Comes back, another off-speed pitch. That changed, but it was in a good spot off the plate.
Brian Pena, switch hitter. Looks at a fastball for strike one. Line to right field, a base hit. And Martinez will stop at second base.
Brian Pena, anytime he gets an opportunity to play against the Indians, always seems to do well. Gets the start tonight, first at bat, and he's going to get a base hit. Looking at that, that looked like another changeup up in the zone on our Nissan pitch tracker. So 2 hits in the inning. You got a strikeout and base hit. 2 of them in the inning.
So Ramon Santiago, the switch hitting second baseman, will come up here with 2 on and 2 out. He's gone 2 for 6 in the series. Fastball outside, 2-0. Salazar grew up in the Dominican Republic, signed with the Indians when he was just 16 years old. He had to undergo the Tommy John surgery, so he's come back from that. And he's come back with a vengeance. The 2-0. A little bit high. 3 balls, no strikes. Part of coming back from Tommy John, he says, has taught him how to be more of a pitcher instead of just a thrower. His manager, Chris Tremie, has really praised his work ethic and his ability to study the game and learn that way. He walked Santiago on 4 pitches. Boy, that's hard to believe. And now they're loaded up with 2 down, and Jose Iglesias will be the batter, and here comes Mickey Callaway.
Yeah, his first walk, he had 1 walk in his first start, but 4 straight to that guy, that's one you usually go after. So Callaway wants to settle him down and say, look, get back into your groove, throwing strikes, trust your stuff.
All right, so the meeting over. Everybody back to work now. Iglesias 1 for 8 in the series. In his first start in the big leagues against Toronto, he only walked 1 batter. Trying to get out of an early jam here. And a fastball blooped towards center. Out goes Kipnis. Nobody will get it. Perfectly placed. 1 run will score. Here comes the throw to the plate. And he is out at the dish. Pena never got there. But Detroit grabs the early lead. Martinez comes home, and the Tigers are on top 1-0. The second, Michael Brantley will lead off for the Tribe. Brantley, Santana, and Giambi due up here for Cleveland. As Detroit grabs the early lead, it could have been worse, though, thanks to Michael Bourne. It was just a single run. He made a good throw to the plate. Yan Gomes applying the tag as Brian Pena went into a slide, and he never slid to the plate. Came up short. First pitch strike to Brantley, who's hit in 3 straight. Nothing, and 2 the count. Down low with it. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Santana waiting on deck. Fastball away. Missed outside with it. Full count. And that's ball 4. So he had him down on the count, but he couldn't put him away, couldn't find the strike zone, and now the Indians have their leadoff man aboard here in the second inning. Top half of the inning ended like this. Iglesias perfectly placed, blooped it in. Bourne makes a good strong throw, and watch Pena. He came up short with his slide.
Yeah, and that's a nice throw. With 2 outs, they should be off and running. The Tigers aren't blessed with good speed, and Bourne's throw comes in and gets him, and you can see Gomes applies a tag before he gets on the plate. 6th assist for Michael Bourne.
Carlos Santana fouls one away.
That's only the 25th walk that Pfister has allowed this year in 144 innings, so he doesn't give up many free passes. When he does, you like to take advantage of him.
Right back to the mound. To short, Iglesias steps on the bag, avoids Brantley, and throws on to first for the double play. Our stat of the game brought to you by your Northern Ohio Buick dealers. And against the AL Central here at home, the Indians have gone 15-4 against everybody not from Detroit. But the Tigers have been a different story, and that's why they find themselves where they do. 5 games out now in the AL Central.
Well, you see the ERA makes a huge difference. They haven't been able to score, and they're giving up a lot.
2 down now for Jason Giambi. A little bit low, 2-0. Giambi 1 for 4 in the series opener. It was his base hit that got the Indians on the board first in the series. Up high, 3-0. And a strike is called. Pfister, not a guy who walks many. That was a rare walk to Brantley to start the inning. Just his 25th and 100 and almost 45 innings of work now. Full count. Payoff pitch. Hit foul. Pfister was a first-round pick of the Seattle Mariners back in '06 out of Fresno State. The 6'8" right-hander hails from California. And at 29 years of age, he has become a big part of this Detroit Tigers rotation. It was a key trade Dave Dombrowski made to get him, and it's paid off handsomely. Giambi strikes out. The inning is over, and after 2, it's Detroit 1, Cleveland 0. You enjoy a cold one to stay tuned later in the game for Miller Time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Top of the order here, Austin Jackson for the Tigers. Jackson ground out the short his first time up. And Jackson takes a strike.
We'll see how this Detroit lineup, second time through, has an approach.
Now Salazar breezed through the first inning. And then in the second inning, after he had 2 outs, he ran into a little trouble. Took off on him with a fastball, and the count 1-2. Strike 3 called. That was just pure heat, and Jackson locked up. I don't know, he was looking for a changeup or what, but that was right there at 99 miles an hour.
Very well could have. Well, you can swing for the fences with the new Home Run Derby mobile game from MLB.com. Available on iPhone and iPad, and download it free today. You know, he has the velocity on it, but where he put that ball down and away also has something to do with it. When you keep it down, it's tough to pick up, man. That's like a low tracer down there.
Torrey Hunter flied to right his first time up. That fastball a number of times has really taken off up. And you've seen Gomes go up and just snare it. Fastball in 100 miles an hour. Well, you saw him shake off a couple of times. Gomes maybe wanted to go off speed, but he said, nope, I want to stay with number one.
Well, and it was above the belt. You get it above the belt at that velocity. If you fall it off, you'll be lucky.
Which
like
he did
that.
right there.
That's luck. And it maybe was, I don't know if it was elevated as much as the pitch before.
You can see Hunter, his reaction is like, wow, this guy is bringing it. Two balls, two strikes. And he just struck him out. Wow. How's that for a change of pace? He goes from 99, 100 to down to 87. And Hunter is strikeout victim number 5.
Well, and it's the movement. You see where Gomes put it away. That was actually right down the middle, but you could see the movement going down. It went down in the zone. See the spin on it? That's the changeup spin. It's a sort of a funky spin, the way he grips the baseball. He's only thrown a couple of sliders today.
Miguel Cabrera called out on strikes his first time up, and he got a 100-mile-an-hour heater and fouled it straight back. He was looking for it, and even he couldn't square it up. He keeps shaking off the breaking balls. He wants to stay with the Express.
Now that one was in. You see where he had to try and pull his hands in there. These guys are watching because they know this arm, this is something special. Watch him in. I mean, he's not going to hit that, but this guy's good enough. He's at least fouls it off. Most hitters wouldn't.
Now the 0-2. Oh, he just blew him away with some high cheddar. Salazar strikes out the side in style. He's got a half dozen Ks. The Tigers have a 1-0 lead. Andy Salazar just put on in the top half of this inning, striking out the top 3 hitters in the Tiger lineup, including Miguel Cabrera. Now let's see if the Indians offense can get something going. Yan Gomes, Mike Aviles, Michael Bourne duo. Pitch outside, ball 1. When Dave Dombrowski, the Tigers general manager, traded for Doug Fister, you have to remember at the time in 2011, Fister was 3-12 with the Seattle Mariners. 3 wins, 12 losses.
Yeah, I remember.
Now, his ERA was still very respectable at 3.33. But who could have envisioned he would come to Detroit and then just go bananas? He went 8-1 down the stretch with a 179 earned run average for Detroit.
And he had lack of run support out there. I mean, they never scored for him. And, you know, you put him on the Tigers team with some offense, that's why he's done so well out here. I mean, a big difference. I mean, Seattle was a good park to pitch in. And, you know, you keep it in the yard, but Detroit's a better team to pitch on.
The 1-2. Gomes shoots it out of play. He still has a big yard to work in, but he's got a lot more support.
Yeah, you get better run support, and your ballpark's still pretty good to pitch in.
Back out of play. And the count 1-2. Gomes with a high fly ball, deep left field. Back is Kelly, looking up, gone to Souvenir City. Yan Gomes ties the game with his 8th home run of the year. RBI number 27, and we're back to even at 1 apiece.
Well, he caught himself a hanging breaking ball, and he gave it a ride. He didn't miss it, did he?
He doesn't miss many of those. When they spin him up there, we've seen him a number of times jump on the hangers.
That's the 11th home run given up by Fister. And you look at this one. That was above the belt. That one was a big spinner, man. It looked like a beach ball to Gomes. Hits his 8th home run, ties the ball game on one swing of the bat. It's the second hit. And they haven't hit a lot of home runs. That's just the 13th home run they've hit against Detroit pitching this year.
Oh, we know Gomes likes the ball down. That's his thunder zone. But, boy, when you miss with a breaking ball.
Yeah, it was slow enough where he was able to get the bat head out front and give it a ride.
Aviles went around, says first base umpire Ron Culpa, and the count 0-2. Our score. The 0-2 pitch to Aviles. Strike 3 called. Third strikeout for Fister. 1 down here in the third. Here's a look at tonight's trivia question. Comes to you courtesy of AT&T. 2 third basemen have won 4 or more batting titles. Who are the men at the hot corner with a hot bat? We'll have the answer coming up later in the game. Here's Michael Bourne, struck out his first time up. Hopped out of play. The homer by Gomes stops a 5-game homer drought for the Indians. They were on a pretty good run there for a while, too. Swinging the bats, hitting the long ball.
That's only the 4th home run he's given up to a right-handed batter this year.
Bourne down 0-2. And off the plate, 2 balls, 2 strikes. And that's outside. So from 0-2 to 3-2 for Michael Bourne with 1 out here in the third. And it's ball 4 up high. Already the second walk by Pfister here tonight.
He hung in there. He battled back. The two-night Rock and Blast Fireworks Spectacular will take place Friday and Saturday. The Indians will take on the LA Angels. Mike Trout and the boys will be coming in, and fans will be treated to an expanded post-game fireworks display. It'll pay tribute to the Rolling Stones' 50th anniversary. It's presented by Kia. Log on to Indians.com for your tickets.
Nick Swisher popped up on the infield his only time up in the first. Goes after the first pitch and taps it over toward the Detroit dugout. This will be pitch number 50 for Pfister. Lob toss to first, and Bourne looked like he lost his footing going back and almost didn't get to the bag. He's going to call time and do a little repair work out there. Just lost his foothold as he went to turn and leap back toward the bag. Pfister, quick footwork, especially for a guy who's 6'8".
Well, you know, we saw it last night with Verlander. He's quick to first base. Their pitchers do a pretty good job. The Indians have stolen 13 straight stolen bases.
One ball and one strike to count here for Nick. Oh, for his last 16, trying to bust loose here. And he hammers one toward deep left center field. Jackson on the run on the track. He won't get it. Short hops the fence. Bourne flying around third. He's going to score, and the Indians will take the lead. Nick Swisher smashes one deep to left center field, stopping his 0 for 16 slump at the plate. And the RBI double puts the Tribe on top 2-1. His 19th double of the year, his 34th run batted in.
Well, right there, I love the swing by Swisher going to left center field. He stayed on it and drove it beautifully. And then Bourne kicked it into gear. This is going to be our McDonald's. I'm loving it. After he saw, he hesitated a step and realized that Jackson wasn't going to get there. He just took right off again. He's fun to watch run the bases. He was going to score no matter what once he saw that ball was going to land. Not even close at home plate. So Swisher ends his little slump, and the Indians take the lead, and they make him pay for that walk.
And now Jason Kipnis, who had a base hit his first time up. That came with 2 outs in the first inning. Bourne catches a much-deserved breather on the bench. Kipnis taps it foul, and the count 1-1. A 20-pitch inning for Doug Pfister as the Indians finally breaking through here, and they're on top 2-1 looking for more. And Kipnis almost got nicked by that pitch.
Well, it was bearing it on his hands, and he almost got it on the knuckles.
Big bounce to first. Fielder has it, throws, and Pfister kicks the bag for out number 2. Swisher moving to third on the play. We'll pause for station identification. You're watching Cleveland Indians baseball. With Rick Matting and Katie Witham, I'm Matt Underwood. The Indians have come back with 2 here in the third to take the lead. A team desperate for a win, the Cleveland Indians, after dropping the first 2 to Detroit in this series. Now is Dribble Cabrera, who flied to right his first time up. Swisher at third base takes his lead off in foul territory. And Pfister floats one in there for strike 1. And a Cabrera, you can see he didn't like the call. He hit it right on the nose his last time up, but he hit it in the general direction of Torrey Hunter. And now the count 0-2 on Cabrera. Jan Gomes got it started with a solo homer. Nick Swisher coming through with a big RBI double. Since Terry Francona moved Swisher out of the 4-hole and into the 2 spot, as Drupal Cabrera has gone into that cleanup position, and he's had a tough time with it, batting .232 in the 14 games that he's batted 4th. In those 14 games, just 7 RBIs for Cabrera. And again, that's not a knock on him. He's really not a cleanup hitter, but he's the guy in that spot for the time being.
Yeah, and the Indians, they haven't done a good job against the Tigers this year. That number 4 hole, 1 homer, 3 RBIs, 7 runs scored.
Here's the 1-2, right back to the screen.
There's been 5 different hitters that have been in that slot against the Tigers this year. And I'll tell you, when you start an offense and you have a team, you want 2 hitters in your lineup. You want a number 1 hitter, you want a number 4 hitter, and then you complement them around that. But yeah, they certainly need a solid number 4 hitter.
Pfister delivers. Cabrera sends one high and deep, but fouled on the right side.
Well, he messed around and threw Gomes one of those, and he hit it out of the ballpark. Cabrera does right there, and it's foul. He may want to throw that pitch. He better either get it down or put that one in his back pocket for a while.
Now Cabrera down on the count, continues to battle away here. Nick Swisher, the runner at third base, with 2 gone in the inning. And he strikes him out.
Back with it.
And the inning is over. But the Indians come back with 2 runs on 2 hits. And they lead it 2-1 after 3. A 2-1 lead over Detroit now as we roll on to the 4th inning. First 3 innings, pretty exciting, especially because of what this young man has shown us already. He has struck out 6 Tigers batters, struck out the side in the 3rd inning. He's already fired 31 pitches in the game, 95 miles an hour or above.
Well, his last inning, very impressive. 13 pitches, 9 strikes. At 95, 3 swings and misses. We know he's got the heater, but he mixes it up really well with his changeup. A couple of breaking balls, but in location.
Fielder fouls it out of play.
A pitch that you have to throw to the Tigers. I don't care if you throw 88 or you throw 98. You have to pitch good hitters inside. Make them conscious of the plate. Utilize that 17 inches, if not more. And you have to stay to two sides, not one side of the plate.
You know, I understand the whole idea, and we've seen a lot of catchers do it. You know, let's get him to chase up high. But when you've got a guy who can throw 98 or 99, do you really have to go that far up out of the zone?
They want it exaggerated, I guess.
Yeah.
But no, I wouldn't think so. I never used to see catchers get up there and go that high.
Swung out and missed. The off-speed pitch fooled him badly. That's 4 straight Ks, 7 on the night. The AT&T U-verse rewind. Let's take a look at some of these strikeouts from Salazar.
He's got an excellent changeup, very deceiving. The ball moves, and it's complemented with a 96, 97, 98 mile-an-hour fastball. And, you know, up and down. You only need a couple of pitches when you can do that. Obviously, they have never faced him before. This is all new for them. But I guarantee they're sitting in that dugout talking about it.
Victor Martinez takes a swing at the fastball and flies out the left, 2 down. Rick, we're so used to seeing changeups when they come out of a pitcher's hand. They've got that sharp movement down and away. So for a right-handed pitcher like Salazar, for a left-handed hitter, it's going to break down and away from him.
Right.
But with Salazar's breaking ball, maybe it's because of the way the grip. It's almost got a hump to it. Almost looks like a breaking ball.
It's all on the grip because it's almost like a 3-fingered. We've seen a couple of pitchers do that this year. It's hard to explain unless we show you the grip on it.
It's not the traditional circle.
No, it's not a circle change where you're making that circle with your first finger and your thumb.
Right.
And it's rolling off your 3 fingers. That's where you get the good down and away movement. We'll explain it to you later.
Wow, he just made firewood out of Don Kelly's bat. And he retires the side in order for the 2nd inning in a row. And the Tribe leads it 2-1. Pat McManaman goes 9 innings on this Tigers series. Jason Campbell on Johnny Manziel's situation and gets social with Indians Game Connect. It's all on FoxSportsOhio.com. Bottom of the 4th inning. And these fans here are seeing quite a performance already from Danny Salazar and a long way to go. But he's got some electric stuff here early. Michael Brantley, Carlos Santana, Jason Giambi for the Indians. Brantley drew a walk his first time up. The 1-1. And Brantley shoots one deep center. Jackson racing back on the track at the wall. He can't make the catch. Bounces by him on the ricochet. And Brantley will stop at second base. A leadoff double here in the fourth for Michael Brantley.
Put a really nice swing on that ball. That looked like a low fastball. Michael, a good low ball hitter, and I mean hit it right to the base of the wall. There you'll see it down there, and he launched it. This might have been let me see. Looked like a deep grip. Not sure, but he hit it hard over the head of Jackson. That'll be a double, second double of the night for the Indians, and a leadoff double at that.
Now Carlos Santana, who is mired in a 1-for-16 slump right now. Hit into a double play his first time up tonight. His batting average has sunk to .269. And it's outside 2-0. Outside, 3 balls, no strikes. Crowd doesn't like it, especially after the way Santana reacted to the pitch. Looked like it might have been high. Take another look.
Yeah, I agree. That looked like it was upstairs, even though it's in that box. But he did turn on it. He must have been looking away for something he can try and pull, because he turned away on it.
Pops it up on the 3-1 pitch. He pops it up in a shallow left field. Can't get the runner over to third. And Iglesias makes the catch, 1 away, and the struggles continue for Santana.
Well, you have to take advantage of situations like that. He had the count in his favor. He had a pitch like that, and you've got to try and pull it. He had too big of a swing. He knows his job. He didn't get it done. You try and hit it too far. All you have to do is hit it on the ground. You don't have to hit it in the air, and there you go. Come on, don't worry about it. Somebody will pick you up. That's what he's telling him right there. Somebody will pick you up.
Jason Giambi will try to do just that. He struck out his first time up, takes a strike here. Giambi shoots one down the line, but it's foul. And now he's down to the count 0-2. Inside almost nicked him. Terry Francona's club has grabbed the lead 2-1 here. Can they add to it now with a runner at second base and 1 out? Giambi goes down swinging, 2 away. 5th strikeout for Pfister.
Well, the Indians will host the Angels on Saturday night, and fans will be treated to an encore Rock and Blast fireworks show. And then the first 10,000 fans through the gates are going to receive a Rocky Colavito plaque, both courtesy of Progressive Insurance. Get your tickets, log on to Indians.com. Should be a fun weekend. The Big Rock coming back, celebrating his 80th birthday. receive a nice plaque.
Here's Yan Gomes. Homered his first time up. Hits this one off the end of the bat foul. Yan Gomes with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position this year. He's batting .438. One of those Indians hitters who's really thrived in these clutch situations. Outside, 1-1. Gomes homered. And then with 1 out, Nick Swisher doubled home Michael Bourne in the 3rd inning to put the Indians ahead 2-1. Hit him.
That got him on the forearm, I believe.
Hope he's all right. He went down in a heap and in a lot of pain.
Well, that's numb right now.
Got
it's
him on the wrist.
forearm. Yeah.
Wrist or the forearm. Lonnie Soloff out to check on Gomes.
Just seeing if he can grip it. He's explaining to him now where he got hit. Take a look at it. Yeah, right in there, right around the elbow area.
You know, Rick, I didn't realize they got him on the back arm, I guess.
Yeah. Well, that's number 15 for Pfister. Nothing new. He leads the league now. Masterson had 14 as well. Well, Pfister with 15. And it looked like on that back elbow when you go in there and it just caught him. He wasn't able to get out of the way of it. So he sort of turned into it.
Well, that's a good sign that he's able to stay in there. I had my doubts initially when he went down in a heap. So the Indians have 2 on with 2 out. And the batter is Mike Aviles, who was called out on strikes his only time up in the 3rd.
Watch that back arm. Right there. Yeah, forearm. My goodness, that hurts.
Just above the wrist. Chopper right to short. Iglesias with the flip, and the inning is over. Indians strand a pair. They do not score. They do lead it, however, 2-1. Brought to you by the wireless receiver only from AT&T Uverse. Rethink possible. And by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. All right, back here at Progressive Field, the Indians with a 2-1 lead as we go to the 5th inning. Bottom third of the Tigers order 2 up. Brian Pena base hit his first and only time up back in the 2nd inning. Fastball strike. Out of play. 0-2. First pitch was 95. Second pitch was 98. He has featured consistent heat all night.
Yeah, it's great. I like looking at the gun, and we can get caught up into the numbers. I like the location. You see where that pitch was inside. I mean, it jammed him. He could barely hit it over their dugout. Nice grab off of the deflection.
Two-strike pitch. And a fastball tapped right back up the middle. Cabrera throws him out. 1 away. Injury report brought to you by Elk & Elk. Serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Cargo, a middle finger problem, is on the DL for the Rockies. Matt Thornton, who they just recently traded for from Chicago, he's down on the DL. Desmond Jennings of the Rays. What is with all of the middle or long finger on the throwing hand injuries?
No idea.
That's crazy. There's 2 position players right there, and we've had 2 pitchers in our starting rotation with the same injury now. That's
I don't
bizarre.
know. Well, I thought Jennings jammed his at second base on a stolen base.
Did he?
Yeah. I know Jennings did that. I saw a clip, so that was going in head first, jammed it into the bag. Now, I can't answer for the other ones. But with the pitchers, that's scary because I don't know. To me, it seems like a rare injury.
It is. Even more so when you have 2 in the same rotation. Ramon Santiago with a 2-1 count. Lines it to third on the broken bat, 2 away. Let's go downstairs. Katie Witham caught up with Corey Kluber to get more on the injured pitcher's status.
Well, I could tell Corey Kluber was very frustrated today, Matt. He said the timing of this injury could not be worse. If there is anything good about it, though, it's the fact that Zach McAllister just went through it, so Corey knows what to expect. The training staff also knows how to treat it. But as you can see right there, that middle finger already taped up with a pretty good brace right now, Matt.
Yeah, I think you're right, though, Katie. I mean, the good news for him is that you've got somebody who just went through it, so you know, he's got first-hand information. What should I expect? How long's the rehab? What's it going to feel like? And the training staff, that's big, too, because they know exactly how to treat it, what the symptoms are, how he's going to feel going through it. So hopefully that'll help.
He gets his own peace of mind.
Yeah. Popped him up right at the plate. Gomes calls for it, now called off by Aviles. 10 pitches. And Danny Salazar cruises through the 5th. 2-1 Cleveland. top of the order due up here for the Tribe. Michael Bourne walked and scored his last time up. Outside ball one. Pfister's already at 80 pitches on the night. Bourne hits one high in the air left field over near the line. Kelly. One down. Our in-game recap, courtesy of your local Toyota dealers. Tigers jumped on the board first. A 2-out RBI single by Jose Iglesias. Ryan Pena cut down at the plate to end the inning. That would prove to be big because Yan Gomes in the third homered to lead things off to tie it. And then Nick Swisher would put the Tribe ahead with an RBI double, scoring Michael Bourne all the way from first. That's where we stand now here in the fifth inning. Swisher tries to go up the middle, and it's through. His second hit of the night. Let's go back to the Hyundai Studios right now for an in-game update with Al Pawlowski.
Hey, man, Rick, the Yankees in Chicago tonight to take on the White Sox, and Alfonso Soriano has given CC Sabathia an early 2-0 lead with his 2-run shot to left. It's his second homer of the year. They're at the top of the second inning now at U.S. Cellular Field. 2-0 Yankees, man.
All right, thanks, Al. Here's 1-on, 1-out for Jason Kipnis. Singled in the first, grounded out his last time up. Kipnis takes a strike. And now it's quickly 0-2. Fouled away.
I want to send along a couple birthday wishes. Albert Wagner is turning 90 today. Albert, happy birthday. John Grabowski of Northfield is 89. Happy birthday to you both.
Tigers have done a pretty good job pitching against Jason Kipnis this year. They've held him to a dozen hits and 59 at bats. He's currently 2 for 10 in the series. And he lines one into left field, a base hit just over the head of Miguel Cabrera. And now the Indians with back-to-back singles here in the fifth have 2 on with 1 out, as Jason Kipnis has 2 hits now on the night.
How nice was that going the other way? That pitch, I want to see what it was exactly because it was 85. Another slider, I believe, that he left up. And he just slaps it over the head of Cabrera. So with 2 strikes, a great approach. He was down in the count 0-2. So look at that. Hits by direction. A lot of hits going the other way. And that's what encouraged me about Swisher. Hit that double he hit the other way. And coming out of the slump, go to left center field the other way. Thinking now his second hit is up the middle. Sometimes you get, as a hitter, you get a little pull happy and you pull off the baseball. And
now the Indians want to see his dribble Cabrera get going. A swing and a miss. Boy, he's been anxious early in counts a lot since he's gone into that 4-hole.
He's always anxious when you get runners in scoring position. He likes to be aggressive. And some hitters are just like that. You can't change it, and it doesn't matter what hole or what slot you put them in.
1-on-1 to count.
You know, when they get locked in, the thing of it is pitchers prey on guys' aggressiveness when they get into situations like this. Some pitchers do. You know, they like that. They're going to nibble. They're not going to give you much. They're going to show you the fastball and attack you with breaking balls and off-speed pitches.
Up the middle. Is it going to get through, though? No, it's going to. Iglesias got to it, kicked the bag, and threw to first, an inning-ending double play. Pfister slowed it down just enough. And Iglesias turns 2 to end the inning.
The Tigers, and it's going to be Dollar Dog Night out at the ballpark. Come on out all night long. Dollar Dogs. Last game of the series. It should be a good one. McAllister against Scherzer to close out this series. We've got a good one going tonight. 2-1 Indians lead, and this young man, Danny Salazar, has been very good.
He's made 60 pitches so far on the night. 5 innings of work. He's allowed just 3 hits, and all 3 hits came in the second inning. Since the RBI single to center field by Iglesias, which ended when Pena was cut down trying to score the second run of that inning, he has retired 9 in a row.
Yeah, that second time through the lineup, he's pretty much, you figure they had a look at him, they'd make an adjustment. Well, they went through it. They were 0 for 9, and they punched out 4 times.
Jeremy Bonderman back for another tour of duty with Detroit, getting loose in that bullpen. Austin Jackson can't catch up at 97 miles an hour. Jackson 0 for 2. Upstairs 1-1. Max Scherzer, tomorrow's starter.
What a year he's having. 16-1. He has been outstanding.
2-1 pitch. Down low, 3-1. Not a guy you want to put on base in a 1-run game. Scherzer's numbers. He's on his way to a Cy Young Award. Jackson swings, beats it into the ground, foul. Might have helped him out. Might have been ball 4.
Well, and you know what? When hitters get into hitters' counts like that and you throw strikes like Salazar's been doing all night, they'll swing at pitches that are close or borderline because you're around the plate. So, you know, you get into hitters' counts. They don't really want to walk. They're looking to hit a double or something like that or hit a ball hard.
Change up, and it's drilled deep left field, and goodbye. Yeah. Austin Jackson got the change up, and he smoked it out of here for a home run. Just his 8th on the year, and we're tied at 2.
That's all right. I mean, Gomes went down there and put fastball first, and Salazar didn't want to throw the fastball. He wanted to throw the changeup, but you know what? There it is. You speed up his bat, and Jackson gets one to the home run porch. So we have a tie ball game. You see, that one was right there, middle in. Speeds it up, able to turn on it. We have a tie game.
So now Torrey Hunter to the plate, 0 for 2 on the night, and he takes a fastball for a strike. Nothing, and 2 the count. One hopper to short, and Cabrera throws out Hunter, 1 away. The countdown is on. Just 10 more days until America's new 24-hour sports network. Fox Sports 1 will be your home for live sports news, highlights, and shows that only Fox can bring you. America's new sports network is Fox Sports 1, coming August 17th. Now Miguel Cabrera 0 for 2. He has struck out twice tonight. Fouled back.
Yeah, we want to send along our congratulations to Lynn McCoy, who is retiring tomorrow after 25 years at the Stark County Health Department. Lynn, congratulations and enjoy your retirement.
Swung on and missed in the count 0-2.
Fifteen of 21 first pitch strikes.
Did he go? He almost chased after that one.
Well, he thought about it. He didn't. Watch Cabrera. He's always one to ask the umpire. He's the only hitter I've ever seen. Watch him ask. Did I go? I didn't think so. We saw that in Detroit earlier. I get a kick out of that.
That 1-2 pitch swung out and missed. 100-mile-an-hour fastball, and he just blew it by him again. Third strikeout of the night for Miguel Cabrera. 2 down in the inning.
I'll tell you what, this kid has got a blessed arm right there. You can throw that fastball by hitters like this. It's fun to watch, folks. This is something else. 8 punch-outs now for Salazar.
And now Prince Fielder fouls it straight back. Fielder has struck out twice tonight himself. Puts one in play. Sky high pop. Mike Aviles into foul territory. He's got it. Middle of the 6th. The Tigers come back to even the score on a homer by Jackson. 2-2. Two our scores. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning, and Michael Brantley will lead off for the Indians. Brantley walked in the 2nd, doubled his last time up. Takes a look at the ball down low. A little bit outside. Brantley shoots it foul. Breaking ball down in the dirt, 3-1.
Brantley in his last at bat able to lead off the fourth with a double, but he was left stranded out there on second base in that inning. See if he can get it started again and they can come back and answer that run that the Tigers put on in the top half of the inning.
Out of play to the left. Brantley lines it back up the middle. It nails Pfister. He goes to pick it up and throws, but it's not in time, and now we'll see if he's okay. I don't know where it got him exactly. I think he got glove on it, but it also looked like it might have nailed him in the midsection.
Yeah, wrist and into the body. He got drilled, there's no doubt. He's had a couple balls hit back at him today, and he deadened Cabrera's ball to end up the double play last inning. This one was a shot. Looked like it might have got the wrist and off his body. He had the presence to go pick it up, but Brantley, boy, as a hitter, let's see. That looked like right on the heel of the glove, and it came up and deflected a little off his body part. And boy, as a hitter, you want to hit there. You hit the ball right on the nose.
Lucky for him, it got his off arm and not his pitching arm.
And it looked like it got more leather than wrist, although it still hurts when it gets you in that pad up there. It still hurts.
So leadoff man aboard for the Indians. Fourth time out of the 6 innings they've had their leadoff man aboard. Of course, Yan Gomes homered to lead off the third. Santana having a tough night and a tough stretch here. 1 out of his last 17 as he steps away. Slow curve in there for a strike. Another slow breaking ball. Did he go around? They're going to appeal. No, says third base umpire Phil Cuzzy. It was close. As Santana looked like he was ready to turn it loose.
Yeah, and that's one reason. You wonder why he's 1 for 17, because he's trying to get everything started and going. It's that high leg kick sometimes you get caught in between and you don't get that front foot down quick enough where it quickens your bat, and what it does, it makes your swing longer, and that's why he's hitting a lot of fly balls. He flew out on a 3-1 pitch his last at bat trying to move the guy over. Stay short, stay sweet. I wish we could look at the swing when he started the year out in April in the first few games, where it was short to the baseball and quick compared to where it is right now.
Well, right now will be the 100th pitch of the night for Doug Pfister. Activity in the Detroit bullpen. And Santana, long swing, comes up empty, full count.
Had that 1/3 inning, the long one. That's where the Indians scored both runs.
Lefty righty up in the Tiger bullpen. Runner goes. He went too far, says home plate umpire Phil Cuzzy, and they pound him out at second base.
No, he looked safe to me.
Boy,
at second
he sure
base.
did. I can't believe Tom Hallion called him out at second base. It looked like he was there before the ball and before the tag.
Well, Santana helped him out on the swing, another check swing. And to me, it looked like Brantley had the foot coming up when the tag was applied. Terry's going to get an explanation here. But you start Brantley figuring that Santana's going to put it in play. That was ball 4 that he checked his swing on. And it was a tag around the waist. I'd have to see it again. It almost looked like he's jumping up as Iglesias, like Brantley's foot got him. It
Oh,
did.
that's why he didn't get
right.
there.
He didn't get to the base because his foot. He stepped on his foot, so that was a good call. That was a good call.
Iglesias paid for it by blocking the bag. He got spiked.
That stops their string of 13 straight consecutive steals. But he's paying for it is right. He's still in pain.
And Santana, meanwhile, is just a mess right now at the plate.
That was a good shot, boys, on that stolen base. Very well done.
Giambi chases one in the dirt. 0-2 the count. Now the 0-2 coming. And
Yes,
he strikes out. Ball goes all the way to the backstop. Giambi down to first. The throw. Not in time. Fielder's off the bag, according to first base umpire Ron Copa. So Giambi reaches to keep the inning alive.
It's his seventh strikeout. Let's see. It looks like Fielder comes off the bag. Let's see the throw. Giambi going down there, and okay, there was nothing. Did it look like he came off?
Sure did not.
It didn't to me either. But he's called safe on the wild pitch.
And the Indians get another chance. Now Yan Gomes to the plate. Fouls it right back. Gomes drilled by a pitch from Pfister his last time up. He homered in the third. As you see Koch and Albuquerque up in the pen. They've both been up. They're ready to go. But Jim Leland choosing to stay with Pfister.
Well, that's the second time up when he ran one inside after he hit the home run. And it wasn't intentional. I don't mean it like that. He just trying to go inside. Gomes didn't give way. Took one in the forearm.
1-2 the count. I mean, Pfister, to his credit, he's given up 7 hits on the night. He's he walked a couple. He's hit a batter. He got the wild pitch now, but he's only given up the 2 runs. He's kept his team in it.
Yeah. You know, he did not break. He's been a little bit. He got the double play ball. He's had 2 double plays. Ooh, pretty good pitch there. But, you know, you're sitting on the inside, and he's got to go out with the backhand, and I think it's the way that you went out to catch the ball. That had plate for me.
Yep.
That was a pretty darn good pitch that Gomes got away with one there, so. Yeah, he's going to get that one.
The inning is over. 3 strikeouts for Pfister. And the Indians and Tigers are tied at 2 as we go to the 7th. Panini's with 18 locations in Northeast Ohio. And by Levin. A look in from our Panini Cam, brought to you by Panini's Bar and Grill. Indians and Tigers tied at 2 as we move to the 7th inning. Danny Salazar, who has given up 2 runs on 4 hits tonight. He has struck out 8 Tigers batters, and he has walked just 1.
Well, when you look at this guy, it goes to show you how he throws strikes. He has 8 strikeouts in the 6 innings. He's thrown 75 pitches. So he's been very efficient. He had a 10-pitch inning. He had a 7-pitch inning back-to-back there in the 4th and 5th.
And a fastball over the outside corner. Doug Fister, his night over after 6 innings and 109 pitches. The 0-1 to Martinez. Did he go after it?
Yes, he did.
He sure did, says Phil Cuzzy down at third, and it's 0-2. Martinez had a base hit in the 2nd inning. Fly to left on a sharply hit ball in the 4th. Down on the count here, 0-2.
Yeah, this is his 12th 0-2-1-2 count. So he has certainly done his thing of getting ahead of everybody.
Bourne racing back. On the run at the track, makes the catch just in front of the wall. For out number 1, Martinez went up and got that high fastball, but Bourne able to run it down. As promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Danny Salazar has done something tonight no other pitcher in Major League Baseball has done this year. He has struck out Miguel Cabrera 3 times in 1 game.
How about that?
Cabrera has only struck out 3 times in a game, 4 times now this year. He did it against Pittsburgh, Minnesota, and Boston. But those were different pitchers in those 3 strikeout performances. Uh-oh, the ball got by Swisher, and now Kelly's going to go all the way to third. So it's going to be a double and an error. And now the go-ahead run is at third base with 1 out here in the 7th.
Well, he got over to that wall, and he let the wall play instead of he should have maybe stayed out. He was thinking he was going to stop him from getting a double, and you weren't going to do that. Watch it deflect out, and it got under under his legs. Is because you get caught into that wall going over there instead of letting that ball hit the wall and come back to you. Probably should have waited for it, give the double. Instead, he tried to stop the double, and you give the triple. So that'll be a double and an error.
And now the infield comes in with Brian Pena at the plate. And it's up high, ball 1. Just now getting action in the Indians bullpen. Well, if ever Danny Salazar needed a strikeout, or at the very least an atom ball, this is it. Fly ball shallow left, not going to be deep enough.
Get it done.
Brantley will make the catch, 2 down. A nice job by Salazar to get the jam shot for out number 2.
Yeah, that's 2. 1 more to go to pick up your defense, and this guy can do it. Throws hard enough, boy, where he jammed him. And Brantley's got to run in, so Pena can't get the job done. 1 out away from getting out of it.
Ramon Santiago last time up in a little broken bat liner to third. Salazar just 81 pitches on the night. He has been terrific. And a fastball at 97 miles an hour in there for strike 1. That one 1 notch above at 98 for strike 2. And now they get excited here at Progressive Field Tied at 2 in the 7th. Tigers with the go-ahead run at third base, and Santiago digs in. Danny Salazar takes aim. Fouled right back. Danny Salazar has been about as good as you could have hoped. He was electrifying in his debut against Toronto, and now in a crucial situation facing the Tigers, and he has come up big here tonight. Now the 0-2 pitch. Up and away. .60 of his pitches tonight. 95 or above. But again, we talked about it. It's not, he doesn't look like it's max effort. The ball just explodes out of his hand. Big off-speed pitch, kind of got underneath it. 2-2.
He's getting caught into it now, trying to get, maybe overthrow a little bit. Take a couple of deep breaths, give him a breather. Let him go out there. He's got one pitch to make to get out of this inning. Go at him. Go ahead and throw that fastball, man, and throw it by him.
Santiago has that short swing. He gets time called. Tigers have tried to slow Salazar down tonight because he gets it. He's ready to come at it. Jim Leyland has watched this young man throw a gem so far tonight. The 2-2. Fastball, and Santiago at 100 miles an hour, able to foul it right back.
Just get it out over the plate a little bit more, and he'll swing through it. That's why he was able to get there. Just watch, in enough. See where he's got a short stroke.
Yep.
And if he hits this ball, if he hits that pitch, and you move it out about a foot, he shouldn't catch up to it.
The 2-2. Strike 3 called. And perhaps a star is being born here in Cleveland as Salazar continues to sizzle. It's time. Today's Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen. Al Albuquerque now on for the Tigers. In relief of Doug Fister, who went 6 innings tonight. Albuquerque on for his 32nd appearance. 2 up, 2 down, 4.85 ERA. He'll be facing Mike Aviles to start off the bottom of the 7th. Aviles 0 for 2 on the night. One and one to count.
Well, Pfister's night is over after 6. Gave up 7 hits, a couple of runs, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts. Gave up the 1 home run, and he battled throughout the game. Kept him in it.
Fouled back out of play. And Aviles lines one toward left center field. That's down and it'll go to the wall. Kelly gives chase, and Aviles into second base with a leadoff double. Let's pause right now for station identification. You're watching Cleveland Indians baseball. Michael Bourne will bat now with Aviles at second base. Miguel Cabrera in on the grass at third. Fielder even with the bag at first. Bourne squares, pulls it back. The pitch was high, ball 1. He squares. He
went.
Jabbed at it. Yes, he did. Phil Cuzzy agrees at third.
Michael knows. First of all, you get a strike. He knows that, but you see, he went for it and then sort of pulled it back.
Bunts it foul. 1-2 the count. Inside, he missed. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bourne pulls it to first. Fielder looks to third, but he'll take the out there, and Bourne gets the runner to third base. That was his job, and he gets it done.
Yeah, you know, he wanted to bunt him over. A little upset at himself. He didn't, but he still had that extra strike, man, to turn on the baseball and get him to third base.
Let's get the answer to the AT&T trivia question right now. 2 third basemen with 4 or more batting titles. Wade Boggs with 5, and how about Bill Madlock? Mad Dog.
Uh-huh. Yes, indeed.
All right, so the Tigers bring the infield in now for Nick Swisher, who has 2 hits on the night. RBI double in the 3rd, a base hit straight up the middle in the 5th. He takes a strike. Aviles, the runner at third base. The go-ahead run. Swisher with a high fly ball. Deep right center field. Hunter and Jackson both back out of room. Off the wall. Swisher into second base with an RBI double, and the Indians take a 3-2 lead. His third hit of the night, his second double. He now has 22 baggers on the year and 35 runs batted in.
Boy, he almost hit that ball out of here. He put a great swing on it, trying to get him in from third base. Sacrifice fly would do it, but he juices it. He caught a little slider down and in and hits it to right center field. It goes off the sign right there at Key Bank and ricochets over. Good hustle by Hunter to come over and back up. And he is pumped, man. That's it. The Indians take the lead. A couple of doubles in the inning. A 3-2 game.
Now Albuquerque heads to the dugout. And left-hander Drew Smiley is coming on. Today's Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen. He'll be entering the game when we come back. Well, back here at Progressive Field, left-hander Drew Smiley coming on now for the Tigers, making his 42nd appearance on the year. So we got Drew Smiley on the mound and Drew Stubbs on the bases as he takes over for Swisher, and he'll stay in the game in right field. What a job, though, by Nick Swisher. Coming up with a big 3-hit performance. Danny Salazar keeping that arm wrapped. He's been pitching a gem. Still just a 1-run lead, though, as Kipnis slowly taps one to first. Fielder will step on the bag, 2 away. Stubbs goes over to third.
Well, as always, you can bring the whole family out to KeyBank Kids Fun Day. That's each and every Sunday home game. Plenty of activities out on the plaza. Kids can run the bases after the game. Cleveland Clinic will sponsor that. Log on to Indians.com for your tickets.
All right, as Dribble Cabrera is coming up, switch hitter, left-handed hitting Michael Brantley's on deck. Is the conversation here, Rick, simply as easy as, okay, do you want to go at him or do you want to move around him and go against the left-hander?
I think they may just go over the scouting report on the right-handed bat of Cabrera, looking at the situation of, what you have on deck. Brantley, it doesn't matter because he hits lefties, on deck, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's not exactly like left on left is going to bother him.
No, it really doesn't. It doesn't bother Kipnis either. So they're just going to go over the little scouting report here, and he's just going to remind them.
Well, with 2 down, as Dribble Cabrera can add to the Indians' lead if he can punch one through this infield here. He's had a tough night, 0 for 3. He's flied to right, struck out. And he hit one right back up the middle in the 5th. It looked like it might have been an RBI single, but Pfister got a piece of it, slowed it down, and turned it into an inning-ending double play. And that won't get it done either. Miguel Cabrera is going to catch it. Cabrera just pulverized his helmet into the ground. Inning over, but the Indians have the lead. 3-2 on Swisher's RBI double. Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. (3-2) our score. The Indians have the advantage as we move to the 8th inning. Danny Salazar stays in the ball game. And Drew Stubbs takes over for Nick Swisher in right field. Going to get a pinch hitter for Jose Iglesias. And I don't know if this has anything to do with when he got spiked or just simply Jim Leyland wants a bat that can tie it up maybe with one swing here. Dirks has pretty good pop. He's not a home run hitter, but he's shown the ability against the Indians this year to go deep.
He's going for offense right here. I think Iglesias was out there. He did a nice job, but time to get the left-hander up there and give him a crack at him, because not many guys have had a lot of success against this guy tonight.
Well, not to mention Dirks against the Indians. Okay, there's his season average.
Right.
Against the Indians, he's batting .346
right.
this
He's
year.
had a lot of success.
Fastball strike. It's 0-2. One ball, two strikes. Dirks, then Austin Jackson, Torrey Hunter due up here in the 8th. Fouled right back. Dirks pops it high in the air on the infield. Kipnis calling for it. And the second baseman has it one away. Now Danny Salazar, back in that 3rd inning, ripped through the side, struck out all 3.
Yeah, he's been very good. I mean, to show you how good he has been against the Cabrera infielder. Those guys are 0 for 6 with 5 punch-outs on 22 pitches. He's thrown 17 strikes. 14-0-2, 1-2 counts tonight.
And as I mentioned before, Miguel Cabrera has struck out 3 times in a game, only 4 times this year. Pittsburgh, Boston, Minnesota, and now Cleveland. And Salazar is the only single pitcher to strike him out 3 times in one game. So that's saying something. And I mean, tell you, Rick, he was just throwing fastballs by him too. It was pretty good. My best against your best. Here it is. Now the 1-1. Upstairs with that fastball at 99. You can see Salazar. He's reaching back, and Gomes is telling him just.
Yeah, sometimes you try to get ahead of yourself. He's been very good at just staying within every pitch, within itself.
Jackson hit a changeup out for a home run. And he can't catch up to that fastball, though, and it's 2-2.
You can throw that fastball pretty much all day long, and it's going to be hard to catch up to it. If I'm not mistaken, the only hit I remember coming off the fastball was Iglesias when he came out and he jammed him.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think all the other hits came on changeups that were, that he left upstairs and, to take them off. They're geared for that fastball. But, boy, this kid has been fun to watch tonight. What a treat.
Just a shade over 20,000 here tonight, but they are witnessing the emerging star of Danny Salazar. Strike 3 called. He rings up Jackson, his 10th strikeout of the night, and there are 2 down in the 8th inning.
Look at that. There it is, a breaking ball. That was the breaking ball there, and he locked him up.
Most career strikeouts in their first 2 games. Danny
that?
Salazar, Louis Tiant, Herb Score. We just had Sonny Siebert in the booth with us last homestand. Torrey Hunter fouls it out of play.
You know what? Get another one here because this will be his last inning, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's at 100 pitches.
Get one more. Crowd is into it, huh? They are loving it.
Upstairs, 1-1. Torrey Hunter, 0 for 3 on the night. He has flied out, struck out, grounded out. The 1-1. Line to center, a base hit. Hunter able to wait back on the off-speed pitch. And it keeps the inning alive, and now Terry Francona will have a decision to make with Miguel Cabrera coming up. Now again, as I pointed out, he struck out Cabrera all 3 times tonight. Joe Smith ready in the bullpen, but Terry Francona says, you know what, kid? It's your night. Have at it. The crowd loves it. And they are all getting up on their feet now. They sense this is the game right here, maybe. Sends it high in the air, deep center, and oh my, it is long gone. Miguel Cabrera finally breaks through against Salazar. He struck him out all 3 times in his first 3 trips, but this time Cabrera needed just 1 pitch. And now Detroit has a 4-3 lead.
That's how good that guy is right there. He got him the first 3 times, and the game's on the line, and he tried to throw one by him, and Cabrera got him.
A hearty round of applause for Danny Salazar, but he'll leave on the short end now as the Tigers go in front 4-3. Your heart feels for Danny Salazar, who pitched so well, put it all out there and laid it all on the line. And he went at Miguel Cabrera with a fastball, first pitch, and Cabrera got it.
Yes, he did. I mean,
oh, whoop, that was
well, that the one that he got the circle base went a lot further than that one. Let's put it that way. And, you know, unfortunately, he got him the first 3 times. The game was on the line. And, you know, that's the Triple Crown winner last year. He came back and he got Salazar. He timed up one of his fastballs. They take a 4-3 lead. So Hill coming on now to try and get this final out here in the 8th inning. And then you got to go back to work offensively.
Two balls, no strikes. Rich Hill, 45th appearance this year. Bullseye, a strike, 2-1. Breaking ball ripped past Santana. So with 2 down, Victor Martinez coming to the plate, 1 for 3 on the night. He'll bat right-handed. Martinez awaits the pitch as Hill fires. Bat goes flying. That went into the front row. And it might have caught a young fan who was sitting there. And Victor saying just let him keep the bat. He's probably just hoping the young fan is okay.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that that thing can slip out as much pine tar and everything that's on that bat. But it did and got into the seats.
Young man appears to be fine. Dad's got him, arm around him, and he's got a bat he'll get to take home from Victor Martinez. Meanwhile, Fielder at first with 2 down and an 0-1 count. Shoots it foul the other way. 0-2 the count. In the bottom of the 8th inning, Michael Brantley, Carlos Santana, Jason Giambi due up for the Tribe. The 0-2 pitch. Swung out and missed. Hill strikes him out to end the inning. But Detroit now has the lead 4-3. Detroit. Moving to the bottom of the 8th inning. Perez takes over at second base. Santiago goes from second base over to shortstop. Don Kelly comes in from left field to take over at third. And Andy Dirks into the ball game now, takes over in left field. Drew Smiley, who got the final 2 outs of the 7th inning, will stay on to work the 8th, at least to start, with Michael Brantley coming up. He has 2 hits and a walk, a double and a single, and a foul back on the first pitch from Smiley. The Tigers lead it 4-3. Almost hit him. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brantley smokes one to right center field. That's in the gap, and that'll go all the way to the wall. And Michael into second base, cruising with a leadoff double. Boy, did he absolutely blister that ball, and he is locked in at the plate tonight. A perfect 3 for 3, his second double of the game.
Yeah, second leadoff double, and I'll tell you what, it didn't matter. Left-hander, he plugs the gap. Let's see what it is. A breaking ball. 87 miles an hour from Smiley, and he cracks it into right center field. So, nice start to this inning. Back come the Indians, and that's what they have to do. You have to answer offensively. That's his 19th double.
And now you've got Carlos Santana up there and taking a first pitch strike. Santana mired in a pretty long slump for him by his standards. Outside, 1 hit in his last 18 at bats. Tonight he's bounced into a double play. With nobody out and a runner at second base, he popped up on the infield. And then part of a strike him out, throw him out double play in the 6th. One ball and 2 strikes. Santana down on the count 1-2 with Jason Giambi waiting on deck. Fouled off the mask of Pena.
You heard that one all the way up here. I mean, a direct hit. Is that the mask or the helmet? Let's see. Ooh, right into the mask. You're right. That thing went direct hit. And now Santana living for another pitch.
Upstairs with it, 2-2. Indians have out-hit the Tigers 10-8 in the game. But another nail biter right down to the wire here this evening.
Yeah, this is a game where they're going to have to come back offensively like they have done all year in this ballpark. They just haven't done it against this ball club. This is the one you have to do it against.
2-2. Down on the dirt. Nicely blocked by Pena and a full count. So for Santana, at least the patience has got him back into the at-bat. This crowd has been up and down all night. They've experienced the highs and the lows that we have seen throughout this series. The payoff pitch to Santana is fouled right back. Now Smiley wants to chat one-on-one with Pena.
Yeah, they want to talk. Cabrera could use Santana, another couple of foul balls just to get a feel up at the plate, you know, to get that zoned in. When he's on his game, he's walking. You know, his last at-bat, he struck out trying to do too much, trying to swing the bat, trying to be too aggressive. Just keep the line moving, man. Get on base anyway.
The 3-2. Rip foul.
It's all right. Shorten it up. Another spinner that he left up. He got away with one.
Well, this will be the 9th pitch of the at-bat. So Santana takes aim on the 3-2. And he drives one to deep left field. Dirks can't get it. It's over his head, but Brantley, a late break, will have to stop at third. Santana into second base with a double. Brantley didn't get a good read on it. He wasn't sure if Dirks was going to catch it, so he never really got going in time to score. But now you've got second and third and nobody out.
Well, he had to think that he was going to catch the ball, but he probably should have been off a little bit more. If he catches it, I don't think you were going to tag. He was thinking he was going to catch it, and he wanted to tag, but it came right off the wall, and he got caught in between. You see, he just didn't know what to do, and then when that ball came right back to Dirks, you get it in, you can't take the chance. But Santana, wisely enough, goes to second base with the double. They have second and third. They have nobody out, and they have a chance, you know, to at least tie it, if not take the lead. We're going to get Rayburn hitting for Giambi.
And so now the question is, does Jim Leland go to Jose Veras? I believe he's up in that bullpen.
I would think he would.
Ryan Rayburn signed a contract extension earlier this afternoon that will keep him in an Indians uniform for the next couple of years. And here comes Jim Leland now to make the move. He'll have to make a specific gesture so that the umpires know. This is a new directive that came down from Major League Baseball in light of the fiasco that involved Robbie Thompson in Seattle. Now managers have to make it distinctly clear to the umpires who they want. And if they've got two right-handers, they've got to tell them, I want A or B.
Right.
And so Rondon will be coming on for Detroit in a one-run Detroit lead. 4-3 the score. We'll be right back. Tire Express and Total Car Care, the highlights, interviews, and a whole lot more right here on Sports Time Ohio, right after the ball game. Bruce Rondon, 6'2", 270-pound right-hander. He can bring it. He'll run it up there in the upper 90s to over 100 miles an hour at times with the fastball. Ryan Rayburn looks at a ball inside 101 miles an hour with that heater. This is a guy who they thought would be their closer when the season began. But some wildness, some ineffectiveness.
Yeah, it's just not how hard you throw is going to make you a closer. You have to have control. You have to have mentality. You have to have command.
At the knees, a strike at 102 miles an hour. Ryan Rayburn signed a 2-year contract extension earlier this afternoon, a club option for a 3rd year. Rayburn said, hey, the Indians were the team that took a chance on me. They gave me the opportunity to come to camp, and they were the first to come to him during the season and approach him about an extension. He said, I wanted to go to them. I was thinking about going to them and asking, but they came to me first. He said that meant the world to him, and he's very happy now that he'll know he'll be playing here for the next couple of years, if not longer. 1-1 swung on and missed. 103 miles an hour. This guy can flat out bring it.
There is some heat being thrown.
Whether or not we'll see it, he does have an off-speed pitch, a slider.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'd stay with the the Hondo.
And he struck him out. 1 down here in the 8th inning as Bruce Rondon strikes out Rayburn. Here's a look at the box score brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Nick Swisher had a good night offensively with 3 hits, including a couple of doubles. Michael Brantley perfect on the night with 3 hits, including 2 doubles. Gomes the home run. And here is Yan Gomes now with runners at 2nd and 3rd and 1 out. Infield back. Need to get that tying run at the very least home from 3rd here. But just putting the ball in play off a guy throwing 103, much easier said than done, as we just witnessed. And he's throwing it for strikes. At least he was to Rayburn. That's ball 1 down low to Gomes.
Well, yeah, you say, hey, just hit a ground ball and you score a run, but try and hit a ground ball when the guy's just throwing it about as hard as you can throw.
Out of play to the right, 1-1 to count. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. 2nd and 3rd with 1 out. And a 1-1 count for Yan Gomes.
There it is.
Chopped to short. That'll get the run home from 3rd. Tie game. Yan Gomes does his job. He put it in play. Picks up the ribby. His 28th on the year. And the Indians have come back to tie it at 4.
Well, now they've got the go-ahead run at 3rd base. So your head's up. Good job by Gomes just to put it in play. You know, sometimes you get caught up into the situation where, hey, I've got to get a sacrifice fly or something like that. Really, you just got to put the ball in play. And it's not easy to do when the guy's throwing 100 plus. He was able to do that. They tied it up. Now they have a chance to go ahead.
Mike Aviles doubled his last time up and scored. 1 for 3 on the night. Slowly chopped to 3rd, but that's going to go foul. Carlos Santana, the runner at third base. He came up with a clutch double earlier in the inning. Out of play. 0-2 the count. For 4-hour score now. With the go-ahead run at third base. But Aviles down on the count 0-2. Broken bat.
That's gonna
floater.
fall.
And the shortstop, Santiago, runs it down. The Indians come back to tie it. We'll go to the ninth, 4-4. Today, left-hander Mark Zepchinski. Great clips. It's going to be great. Zepchinski coming on for, what is that, just the second time, I believe, as an Indian?
That is correct.
Now the other left-hander in that Tribe bullpen, Rich Hill, who got the final out of the 8th inning, will at least start the 9th with Don Kelly, left-handed hitter, coming up. Fouled right back. Kelly is 1 for 3 on the night. He doubled his last time up. One ball, one strike. Brian Pena waiting on deck. He's shortened the bunt, but pulled it back. And the count is now 2-1. Two-one pitch. And it's outside 3-1. Doesn't take long, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Don Kelly in a good spot here. 3 balls and a strike. Caught the outside corner in a full count. Cody Allen in the bullpen. Pena and Santiago both switch hitters to follow Kelly. And then Andy Dirks after that, a left-handed bat. 3-2 pitch. And he walked him. Leadoff man aboard for Detroit. Francona nervously watching now as Brian Pena comes to the plate. Brian Pena had a base hit back in the second inning. He's grounded out, flied out since then. He squares, already showing his hand, and a throw to first. Avila's charges at third, another throw to first. Pena has signaled that he is going to bunt. He squares again. And a pitch is up high. Ball 1. 14 pitches for Hill, 7 balls, 7 strikes. Pena taking forever as he looks down at Tom Brookins at third base.
He wants to make sure he gets the right sign because, you know, they have taken it off. They have put a hit and run on before, but this is a situation you want to bunt. You have Santiago on deck who's...
He's not bunting, and it's up high 2-0.
And Hill's not throwing strikes. That's why they take it off. You know, it all dictates. He was trying to move him over on the first pitch. But when you start falling behind in the count, now a manager has a little leeway where he can pick and choose what he wants to do.
He's thrown 8 pitches in the inning. 6 of them have been balls. And a 2-0 swing and a foul back.
It's all right, though. You want to swing away. Hopefully he hits into a double play. That's what you're looking for.
Don Kelly held at first by Santana. Send him a letter. Eventually, the 2-1 pitch. Popped back out of play, and the count evens at 2-2. ripped to left field, a base hit. And Kelly stops at second base. So Rich Hill's given up a walk and a single. And back come the Tigers now here in the ninth inning. We got a timeout for a pitching change as you take another look. A big curveball. And he just waited back on it, unloading. And so now the Indians are right back in the soup. Terry Francona is going to go to the pen. It looks like Cody Allen will be coming on when we come back. All the coverage of the Browns' preparations for their preseason opener against the St. Louis Rams. Jim Donovan will sit down and talk one-on-one with Barkevius Mingo, plus Tony Grossi, Andre Knott. It's all coming up at 11:30 on Training Camp Daily. And a reminder for all of you maybe planning on coming down here tomorrow night, whether you're coming down for the Browns game or you're coming down for the Indians series finale against the Tigers, get down here early because the Cleveland police are saying that it's going to be a zoo, basically, in downtown Cleveland. You're going to have a lot of people all converging in the same area. Parking spots will be at a premium. So if you're coming down, make your plans to get here early. Detroit has 2 on, nobody out. And Ramon Santiago coming up to face Cody Allen.
Well, definitely a bunt situation here.
The Indians will pinch at the corners. Santiago squares, bunts it. Aviles takes it, throws to first. 1 gone on the sacrifice. Tigers now at second and third, and we pause for station identification. You're watching Cleveland Indians baseball. All right, so similar to what we saw with Detroit, you got a guy come in, get a quick out, and then a base open. Pitching coach comes out. You're either going to talk about pitching around Dirks and going at Jackson, the right-handed hitter, or you want to talk about scouting report. You know, Dirks popped up his only time up. He came off the bench tonight, but he's been a good hitter against the Indians all season long.
Yeah, he has. And then you're flipping it over to the top of the lineup with Jackson and then Hunter after that. We'll see where the infield is going to play here. Cabrera going back. Kipnis now. All right, they're going to play back.
They're going to walk him.
Okay, now they're going to walk him. There you go. So they're going to set up the double play.
But, of course, that puts Cody Allen in a must-throw strike mode.
Yeah, well, you have to make your pitches, and you're going to have a tough guy to try and double up with Austin Jackson. He can get down the line. He has grounded into 3 double plays this year. So he's going to have to hit it at somebody. But he's a guy that you can also strike out.
Yeah, Jackson, a couple of strikeouts tonight.
So that's 84 on the year. So you definitely, you can make your pitches, you can get a strikeout. He can fly. You're going to have to hit it at him for a double play. So game on the line right now. Detroit, bases loaded, 1 out. The leadoff walk in this inning. Set it up.
Don Kelly at third, Brian Pena at second. And now Andy Dirks after the intentional walk at first. Infield partway in. And it's ball 1 outside. High pop, shallow right, long run for Stubbs. Racing in, he's underneath it, he's got it. And the runners have to hold. Oh, what a big, big, big pitch for Cody Allen. 2 down in the inning. And there's where that great speed of Stubbs pays off. He was able to get there with ease, get under it, make the catch, and thwart any idea of tagging at third and coming home by Don Kelly. So now with 2 down, Torrey Hunter the batter, 1 for 4 on the night. He singled his last time up off Danny Salazar, and that set the stage for Miguel Cabrera's 2-run homer that put Detroit ahead at that time 4-3. Pop back out of play. That was on Sunday against Chicago. Hunter delivering the game-winning hit for the Tigers. I mean, he's had a heck of a season.
Yes, he has.
And a lot of big hits for these guys. 12 home runs. Fastball drilled. Right center field, Stubbs on the move, runs it down. And the Tigers leave him loaded. Hunter fires the batting helmet away in frustration. And we'll go to the bottom of the 9th, tied at 4. We'll revisit our keys to the game from Akron Children's Hospital. Salazar was really tremendous. And the Indians offensively, they did put up a 2-spot early off Pfister in that 3rd inning. But this is one of those games where Salazar was so good, and Terry Francona let him face Miguel Cabrera in that 8th inning with 2 outs and a man on. And after striking him out 3 times, Cabrera got that first pitch and drilled it out of here for a 2-run homer.
Then the Indians come back to tie it up after the 2-run homer.
That's right. They rally right back. Now can they win it in the 9th? Bourne leads it off. Rondon fires high, ball 1.
Well, this has been their calling card this year in this ballpark. They get late, they score. They've scored in the 7th. They've scored in the 8th. Can they score in the 9th and walk off here?
Up high. This is a kid, Bruce Rondon. When he was 7 years old growing up in Venezuela, they told him he couldn't play Little League because he threw too hard. They were afraid somebody might get hit when he was 7 years old, mind you.
Oh, boy, that's good.
They could say the same thing now. Two-0 pitch. Bourne chops it to first. Wow, what a play by Fielder. He stayed down on the ball nicely. And that's out number 1. Stay tuned for Indians Live. It comes your way right after the ball game. Brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. You'll see it on Sports Time Ohio. It's straight ahead after the game. Drew Stubbs, his first at bat of the night. He came on to pinch run for Nick Swisher in the 7th after Swisher's 3rd hit of the night. Spun out of the way on a breaking ball. Rondon delivers. Stubbs a swing and a miss. Now the 1-1. Reared back at 102 miles an hour and just pumped it by him. Stubbs slashes it out of play. 3 days before the season began is when Rondon was told he would not make the big league club after starting spring training camp as the odds-on favorite to be their closer. Jim Leland said, I wanted him to go down and work on mastering the command of his four-seam fastball and his slider. The 1-2. Swung on and missed. He struck out Stubbs with a pretty good slider right there. 2 down.
Well, when you throw 100 and then you can throw that pitch right there, you know, that's in your arsenal. Boy, the hitters have to think about it, but you can't look but for one thing and one thing only. That's the fastball.
Now Jason Kipnis, 2 for 4 on the night with 2 down in the 9th. Fouled right back. Call to strike. Kipnis says, no way, that was too low.
91-mile-an-hour changeup. Watch this coming down, and they want it away, but it actually comes in, and it's a 91-mile-an-hour changeup.
And the 0-2 outside with the fastball. Isn't that great? His changeup is 91 because his fastball is over 100.
It's scary because if this guy ever harnesses something and throws strikes, it could be a long day for the hitters in any lineup.
The 1-2 upstairs. Well, that's why Jim Leland told him, like, just put the changeup in a box and lock it away. Just work on fastball, slider.
Well, sure, you got to command, first of all, one pitch that you have, that fastball. Then comes a little breaking ball, a wrinkle you could add to it. Then comes changeup. That's down the road, the more you get to pitch at this level.
Strikes out Kipnis. Rondon overpowers the Indians here in the last couple of innings. We've got extras tonight, tied at 4. Jack Links, feed your wild side. We go to the 10th inning now. And Chris Perez coming on now for the Indians. Perez will be facing Miguel Cabrera, Prince Fielder, and Victor Martinez. Oh, I beg your pardon, Miguel Cabrera. Forgot was taken out of the ball game and defensive move, and so it's Perez that's in his spot, Hernan Perez. Perez pitching for the first time since the blown save in the series opener. CP delivers a strike called 0-2. Swung on and missed. To the backstop it goes. And Perez is aboard to start the 10th inning. That's the second time tonight we've had a guy strike out and reach. Once for the Indians.
I can't believe this kid swung at it. Watch how far outside it is. That's over in the left-handed batter's box. He goes at it. Gomes couldn't even reach it. So it'll be a strikeout, a wild pitch. And they'll have their leadoff man aboard.
Prince Fielder 1 for 4 on the night. Fouls it out of play.
Looking at extra innings on the year, the Tigers are 4-9. The Indians are 7-1.
Yeah, the Indians have done a tremendous job in these extra inning affairs. Even with the troubles they've had lately in one-run games, they're still very good in one-run ball games. Boy, that really got smoked down in there, and hopefully everybody got out of the way of it.
Yeah, the Tribe 5-1 in this ballpark in extra innings.
Prince Fielder down on the count 0-2, just as Perez was. And Perez swung at a ball in the other batter's box, and he was able to reach because it went all the way to the backstop. One ball, 2 strikes.
He swung.
Did he get a piece of it? I guess he did.
You know what? I don't know what happened.
What's the ruling?
Well, no umpire didn't see anything, didn't call anything. He's looking for help.
Hold on. Tom Hallie and the crew chief saying, "Oh, everybody just hold on a second here."
He swung, and it might have hit him, but he's out. He's out anyway. Now I don't know if it's a dead ball. They're sending him back all the way to first base. So now Jim Leland's coming out and saying, now wait a minute. Fielder can't go anywhere. He swung at a pitch that hit him, so he's out. That's a strike. But there was no sign from the home plate umpire about anything. So now they explain it to him. He's got to go back.
That was just bizarre.
So what's it go to as a dead ball here?
I thought it was a foul ball initially.
Look at this. It hits him in the
hit
back
him in the
thigh.
leg.
The back thigh.
Wow.
The second guy that swung at a pitch, this one gets away. It hits him in the thigh. So he has to go all the way back to first base.
All right, so 1 out. And Victor Martinez coming up. Martinez 1 for 4 on the night. First Perez comes set. Now he fires to first. They got it picked off. 2 down.
Oh, man, what a break for the Indians. Where was Perez going at first base?
They had him kind of leaning and shuffling at the same time when he turned and threw.
Don't know if he was running on that play, but he might have been caught in between. Yeah, you better not go to the other end of that dugout. He was going. He got caught. He was off and running, but you have to make sure he goes to the plate. He did not do it. A big out for the Tribe. He is picked off. Yeah, stay at that end of the dugout.
And now with 2 down, Victor Martinez. A 1-0 count. Rockets 1 to left field.
How big is that pick off now?
Victor with his 2nd hit of the night, his 5th hit of the series.
I mean, that pitch was elevated a little bit, but he stayed on it nicely.
And if you don't pitch him inside, he'll wear you out the other way all day long.
He got that 0-2 base hit on a breaking ball off him on game 1 of this series. But you give him swinging room, he's not going to try to pull it. He will take it the other way. That's why he's such a good hitter.
Now Don Kelly, 1 for 3, doubled in the 7th. He walked in the 9th. Now batting here in the 11th inning. Out of play. Outside, and Perez looked down at his footwork after he followed through. Outside corner is called strike, and it's 1-2. This crowd has already been through the ringer tonight. Up and down, back and forth. 1-2 pitch. Kelly drills it deep right field. Stubbs back on the track. Makes the catch. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. Still tied at 4. Later. And he just struck him out. Wow. Oh, he just blew him away with some high cheddar. Swung on and missed. That 1-2 pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3 called. Strike 3 called. He rings up Jackson. His 10th strikeout of the night. And there are 2 down in the 8th inning. Wow, terrific outing tonight by Danny Salazar. He was fun to watch. He was electrifying.
Yes, he was. I'll tell you what, that was a treat to watch this kid come up here and deal. I'll tell you what, they got him off the hook. He gave up that home run, but who cares? He was fun to watch.
Now we go to the bottom of the 10th inning, and Jose Veras, for the second time in the series, second night in a row, he'll face Asdrubal Cabrera, Michael Brantley, and Carlos Santana. Last night, Veras served as the closer because Benoit was unavailable. And he worked a 1-2-3 ninth inning, getting Swisher, Kipnis, and Cabrera. So, Asdrubal will lead it off.
Well, this is one the Indians certainly need here. They've battled, they've played very hard. It's still a tie ball game, and You win this one, and then you got a chance to come back and even the series. So big one here tonight.
High pop. Shallow left. The shortstop Santiago calling for it. And he makes the catch, one away. The executive producer for Sports Time Ohio is Tom Farmer. Coordinating producer for Indians baseball is Steve Warren. Tonight's game produced by Jim Murphy, directed by Pat Murray. Indians Live produced by Mike Bachman. Our associate producers are Mike Pacta and Steve Bardo. Technical director Dan Larson. Creative consultant Mark Koha. And of course, here in the booth, stage manager Gary Coach. The bastion of information, Tom Boshenik.
We'll be taking tomorrow off, so got to go out and buy some new crayons and everything for the weekend.
Pitch outside. One-0 pitch. Michael Brantley walked in the second, doubled, and he scorched it in the fourth. An infield hit in the sixth, and then another ringing double in the eighth. And against Detroit this year, Brantley has hit 2 home runs.
Both those coming in the same game, didn't they? I believe they did.
There's a high fly ball, center field, but routine for Jackson. And there are 2 down. All right, so now with 2 away, Carlos Santana coming up. Santana doubled in the 8th. Pena wants a low heater away. Can't get much lower than that. Joe Smith getting loose. He'll be coming on, I guess, to work in the 11th. Veras didn't like it. He wanted the call, didn't get it. And now Santana gets ahead 2-1. He was trying to park one. I think back to that walk-off home run Santana had about 3 or 4 years ago against Detroit. Right here at Progressive Field.
Well, he had one here against the White Sox before we went on the road, the last road trip. A walk-off homer. But yeah, that one was off Benoit, I believe. Friday night, Grand Salami.
The 2-2. High pop. Shallow left. Long run for Dirks. He was really deep, but he's there. He's got it. And we go to the 11th, tied at 4.
All season long, Jack Links, feed your wild side.
Easy, easy. Okay, 11th inning, Joe Smith coming on now for the Indians. He's got the bottom third of the Tigers lineup to deal with. Brian Pena, Ramon Santiago, and Andy Dirks. 49th appearance now of the year for Joe Smith, after Chris Perez worked a scoreless 10th inning.
Well, he gets 7, 8, 9 in the Tiger lineup. Pena, Santiago, Dirks. You figure we had to have one of these games, didn't you?
Yeah.
Extra innings. And it has been a good ball game. Tigers 4 runs, 10 hits, 8 left. Indians 4 runs, 11 hits, 8 left.
Well, Brian Pena ready to lead things off now for Detroit here in the 11th as Joe Smith fires, and it's in there for a strike over the inside corner. No balls, 2 strikes. Smith ready with the 0-2 and a ground ball in the hole and a base hit for Pena. On an 0-2 pitch, he just punched it through. And Detroit gets their leadoff man aboard.
Goes back with a breaking ball away. Tried to backdoor him. He stayed on it nicely. And he continues to swing the bat. 2 hits tonight. 2 for 5. No, I'm sorry. Pena has 3 hits.
Ramon Santiago will be the batter. Mike Aviles in on the grass at third. Time called now as Pena comes off the base at first, and now Jim Leland's coming out to take a look at him. He might have a hamstring problem or something. He's grabbing the back of his leg. That means Alex Avila is going to get ready in a hurry.
That may be a cramp, and it may be, yeah, he's going to the hammy. You're right. I'd be surprised if they leave him in there. He says he's okay.
Yeah.
Jimmy says, okay, good. We'll save Avila for tomorrow night. You go out there and run.
I think Avila had gone to get a batting helmet just in case they needed him to go run. But
he's in there stretching right now. Well, it's been a long game. Maybe a cramp. Of course, you're going to make him dive back and keep him off his feet. You're not going to let him just stand there.
Line drive right at the second baseman, Kipnis. An easy double play.
How about that?
Well, he hit it right on the nose, but he hit it right at Kipnis.
Yeah, he had a good jump, too. Look at him. But you can't go anywhere. That's right into the tracks. An easy double play. Works out well for the Indians.
And with 2 down, it brings up Andy Dirks. 0 for 1 with the walk since coming into the game. The walk was an intentional one to load the bases in the 9th. over the outside corner, a strike. That evens the count of 1-1. Dirks, as we mentioned before, has been a thorn in the Indians side this year, batting over .340 against Indians pitching. Fouled right back. And Joe Smith gets ahead 1-2 the count. Up and in. Now the 2-2. Up and away, full count. Austin Jackson would be next. And a little bit outside for ball 4. Dirks aboard with 2 down. As we take another look, how close was it?
Well, I give Dirks credit for laying off of that pitch, but that ball's running away from him. So you can see where Gomes tries to bring it back in and frame it. He doesn't do it. It'll be a 2-out walk now. And keep the inning going.
So up comes Austin Jackson. 1 hit tonight. 3 hits now in the series, and he takes a strike. Dirks takes off, and a swing and a foul back by Jackson. Back in the 6th inning on a changeup, Austin Jackson got the head of the bat out, barreled it up, sent it out of here for his solo homer. His only hit tonight. Oh, 2 pitch, way outside. Josh Tomlin was scheduled for a rehab stint down at Akron tonight. He was scheduled to go 2 innings. He went 2 innings. He gave up 1 infield hit. Struck out a batter, made 29 pitches. Then he got in the car, drove here, and he's in the dugout now to watch the end of this game.
No kidding.
That is a great teammate, folks. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Joe Smith strikes him out. And we play on to the bottom of the 11th now, still deadlocked at 4. 11th inning. And on the pitch now for Detroit is Jeremy Bonderman. At one time, he was a young phenom with the Tigers, but unfortunately, he played on a lot of bad Tigers teams early in his career. He's still only 30 years old, but he hasn't pitched for the Tigers since 2010. And that year he went 8-10 with a 5.53 ERA. Took a couple of years off, and then this year he made a comeback with the Seattle Mariners. It started off really well, but his last couple of starts didn't go well, and the Mariners cut him loose. So then he called Detroit and said, "What do you think?" And they said, "Hey, sure, we got a spot for you."
That's
and
nice.
He said, "I'd like to work out of the bullpen." He figured that was his best shot at getting back to the big leagues, was pitching out of the bullpen. So he's worked on a splitter to go with his always good fastball that he's had.
That's the only place he's going to pitch in Detroit is out of the bullpen. Now, he's not going to move any of their starters out. But this guy used to have an electric slider. And there you see it on the very first pitch. But I'm sure it's not as good as it once was when he was a kid coming up. He originally signed with Oakland, didn't he, out of high school?
Mm-hmm. Back out of play. Still runs it up there, mid-90s with the fastball. He went to Toledo on July the 14th. And in the brief time he was there, let's see, 7 games with the Mud Hens, 9 2/3 innings. He gave up 3 hits. Struck out 5, didn't give up a run, didn't walk anybody. Fastball strike. Dave Dombrowski liked the idea of adding a veteran to the bullpen. There's a guy who's been around, he's seen a lot, he's done a lot. And
he's part of the organization before.
Yep. Ryan Rayburn, a former Tiger, takes a look at that slider in the dirt. And first base umpire Ron Culpa punched him out. Rayburn didn't think he went and voices his displeasure, and that's one away here. Let's take another look.
Well, it's close.
One away now for Jan Gomes, who back in the 3rd inning got a hanging breaking ball from Doug Fister, and he didn't miss it. Put it up into the seats, and that tied the game. Back in the 3rd inning, the Indians would eventually take the lead on an RBI double by Nick Swisher in that 3rd inning. Slider downstairs to Gomes, ball 1. There's that slider, and he couldn't help himself. Chased it down in the dirt. Jeremy Bonderman won his first game for the Tigers as a 20-year-old. Back in 2003.
Look at that slider. He's still got a good one.
Yes, he does.
He still has a good slider. And, I mean, he kept it on the outside edge. It just started there. It stayed there. An excellent location.
They won another one. And why not? Gomes strikes out. He chases after it. Back-to-back strikeouts here in the 11th.
And he's going to stay right with that slider. 2 up, 2 strikeouts. You can see the rotation. This one was a little farther off the plate, and he got Gomes to expand his strike zone. Gets a second strikeout.
Fastball right back to Bonderman. He's got it, and he'll flip it, and the inning is over. We'll go to the 12th. Still tied at 4. On now to the 12th inning, where Joe Smith pitched a scoreless 11th, and now here in the 12th, the 6th Indians pitcher to work tonight will be Brian Shaw.
46th time he is coming on. He's going to get Hunter, Perez, Fielder. The 3 hitters. And boy, nobody wants to give anything up. These pitchers are getting tougher. The last scoring came back in the 8th inning for both teams. Detroit scored 2. It was the Cabrera 2-run home run, and then the Indians were able to add one on to tie it up. And it has been goose eggs ever since.
Torrey Hunter, 1 hit on the night. 1 for 5. Makes him 3 for 15 in the series. Pitch outside for ball 1. Outside, 2 balls, no strikes. Swung on and missed. 94-mile-an-hour fastball from Shaw. And he might have helped him out. I'm not sure this was a strike. Let's take another look. No.
No, he helped him out.
So the 2-1 is bounced in the hole. Backhanded by Cabrera. And he throws him out 1 away. Taking a look now at the box score for Detroit. Cabrera hit the 2-run homer in that 8th inning. That put him ahead 4-3. Indians, well, I mean, let's face it, Danny Salazar went 7 2/3, and he was just electrifying.
Yes, he was. He really was.
So they didn't have a whole lot of offense tonight. They had a solo homer from Jackson in that 6th, the 2-run shot in the 8th. That was about it. Hernan Perez takes a look at the ball down low, 1-1. Off the end of the bat, but it stays fair.
With spin.
And Santana takes it to the bag, 2 away.
This is the longest game that the Indians have played this year. They've had a couple of 11-inning affairs that they've been able to win. But this is into the 12th.
Pitch upstairs. Upstairs. 2-0. The only 2 guys left in the Indians bullpen, Matt Albers and Mark Zepchinski, both pitched last night, and Zepchinski has pitched in each of the last 2 games. Down low, 3-1. Victor Martinez waiting on deck. Shaw delivers, and it's ball 4. So a 2-out base runner now for Victor Martinez. The Tigers have 2 guys left in their bullpen. Left-hander Phil Koch, their closer Joaquin Benoit. But the advantage they have is that Bonderman has been a starter most of the year. So he's a guy that can give them multiple innings.
A little length, yeah.
Obviously, they take the lead. That guy's coming in. Victor Martinez, 2 hits tonight. Both of them singles. 5 hits in the series. I think all 5 have been singles. Fouled into the glove of Gomes. Indians outfield straight up and deep.
Yeah, you got to cut that run off at first base. Should their run be in the gap? They're going to play everything, keep everything in front of them here.
Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Caught the corner. And now he gets ahead of Martinez, 1-2. Victor slowly digs in. Swung out and missed. He struck him out with a fastball that almost hit him. And we go down to the bottom of the 12th. Still tied at 4. Then Drew Stubbs, Jason Kipnis, Jeremy Bonderman, who worked a 1-2-3 11th inning for the Tigers, will stay on now to pitch the 12th. Jeremy Bonderman, as I mentioned before, as a 20-year-old rookie for the Tigers back in 2003. He went through, we talk about tested by fire. That was Bonderman. He went 6-19 his rookie year. And had an ERA of 5.56. Made 28 starts that year. Swung on and missed. His best year was in 2006 when he went 14-8 with a 4.08 ERA. Made 34 starts for the Tigers and logged a career best 214 innings. He strikes out Bourne. Boy, oh boy. Third strikeout for Bonderman, and we'll pause for station identification. You're watching Cleveland Indians baseball. Matt Underwood, Rick Manning, Katie Witham here, where the Indians and the Tigers battle on. Tied at 4 here in the 12th inning. Drew Stubbs, second at bat of the night. He came on as a pinch runner in the 7th.
Is Katie still here?
Allegedly.
I think she's still
down
there.
There she is.
Yeah. We get a wave, the old parade wave. She's here. Still paying attention. I thought she might be sleeping.
And a fastball strike to Stubbs. You shorten the bunt. Not a bad idea.
Now, right now, you just need base runners. Trying to get Bonderman out of the stretch. I'll tell you what, he still has good stuff. I can see why Detroit, they welcomed him back. Coming out of that bullpen, still has a very good slider. He struck out 3 of the 4 batters he's faced in this game.
And there's a slider that hung a little bit, and it will drop for a base hit. And Drew Stubbs aboard with 1 out here in the 12th inning, and with his speed, that could be a game changer.
Well, it could be, because we can see if what Bonderman has to offer as far as delivery to the plate. You got a guy that can steal a bag here.
Jason Kipnis will be the batter now. A couple of hits on the night.
He's quick.
Yep. Nice slide step.
He's quick.
And Kipnis does not like the call. It's 0-2. Borderline at best. It looked like it was maybe a ball width off the plate. Bonderman with a snap throw, and fielder did well just to grab that throw as it was sailing high and wide. That one is outside. A ball and 2 strikes. Now the 1-2. Down in the dirt. You were talking earlier about Bonderman, who came up with the Oakland A's, or at least was drafted by Oakland. How he got to Detroit was a little convoluted. It was one of those 3-team trades with Oakland, New York, and Detroit. He was the player to be named later. But Carlos Pena wound up going to
Oakland,
to Detroit. Jeff Weaver went to the Yankees. Ted Lilly went to Oakland. Wow. There were a lot of moving pieces. Kipnis bounces one to short. They go to second for 1. On to first. A double play. It's dug out nicely by fielder. 12 isn't enough. We'll play more. The 13th is coming up, still tied at 4. Knotted up at 4 apiece. And the Indians will have Brian Shaw out there for a second inning. He worked a scoreless 12th. Walked one, struck out one. He'll be facing Don Kelly, Brian Pena, and Ramon Santiago. It's been a hard-fought series on both sides to this point, and nobody wants to give an inch. For Detroit, if you look at it from their perspective, they've already accomplished bare minimum. When you're in their position, you come in, you're the leader in the division, you don't want to get swept, you don't want to give ground. So at the worst case scenario from Jim Leyland and his team, they walk out of here exactly the way they came in. But now, because they won the first two, now you want more. If you're Detroit, you want to try to really inflict as much damage as you can. If you're the Indians, you were looking to win the series to gain ground, and after losing the first two, you hate to say there's a must-win game with this much left in the season, but this is one of those where you're desperate.
When you're going into the 13th, 14th, whatever inning, and you're down to, you've got to win this one, and you have a chance to split, and they can leave with three up. This is must win. Because whoever loses this game, Detroit won't feel as bad. It'll be a bad taste if the Indians don't come out on top in this one. It'll be a bad taste because it's been a very good ball game by both teams.
And it's outside, ball one.
It's been a good series.
Yeah, it really has.
I mean, think about it. They scored in the ninth inning in game one, which was a great game. They only scored in the fifth inning in game two, where they put a 5 on the board. The Indians have been right there. They haven't been able to score. They had opportunities today, but then again, so was Detroit. So you got to finish it out now. This is a grinder game right here. You got to go out and, do anything it takes to get the win.
Nobody knows that more than Francona, who's been in a lot of these over the years. The 1-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Pena chased one. Big bouncer towards first. It goes foul. Shaw readies now with a 1-2. In the air, left field over near the line. Aviles a long run. Is he there? He is, and he makes the catch. A terrific job of concentration by Mike Aviles to haul it in for out number 2.
Nice running catch. Not an easy play to make. His back is to the infield. He took a peek of where he was. Here it comes back a little bit, and on the run, Aviles puts it away. Out number 2. Nice play.
And with 2 down, Ramon Santiago, the batter. Officially 0 for 3 on the night. He's got a walk and a sacrifice bunt. Takes a strike. Well, he hit one right on the nose his last time up. Hit a bullet right at Jason Kipnis, but with the hobbling Brian Pena off at first, it was an easy double play. Tries to drag bunt, and a pretty good one.
Yeah, look at Santana. I had no idea what to do, and it was a perfect bunt. Just a perfect bunt. Why not? There's 2 outs. He makes it. Gets a base runner at least for Detroit. And you watch, if you see Santana on this play, he didn't know what to do. Go to first, come get it, go to first. Didn't matter, really, because that's what you call a perfect drag bunt. Shaw wasn't going to get there. Kipnis was coming in. He couldn't get back to the bag. It's just what you call flat-out good bunt.
And it gives Andy Dirks a chance to bat now here in this 13th inning. Dirks popped up on the infield his first time up when he came on as a pinch hitter in the 8th inning. Intentionally walked to load the bases in the 9th, and he drew a walk in the 11th inning. Swings and fouls it out of play. Ran it up high. Good high fastball. And the count is 0-2. Brian Shaw trying to get through this 13th inning and keep it a 4-4 ball game. Quick throw to first, and back is Santiago, but not by much. Two-strike pitch. Fastball got him looking. Shaw strikes out Dirks and will go to the last half of the 13th, still tied at 4. Cabrera, Michael Brantley, Carlos Santana coming up. Jeremy Bonderman, 2 scoreless innings of relief for Detroit. He has struck out 3. He's given up just 1 hit. And a pitch in there for a strike to his Drupal Cabrera. Out of play. No balls, 2 strikes. Cabrera 0 for 5 tonight, just 1 for 12 now in the series. He hits one well. Deep center. Jackson back on the track at the wall, and he makes the catch. Boy, Drupal Cabrera must feel like he cannot catch a break. He hit that one hard, but it dies in deep center field for out number 1.
Well, he hit it well. But you got that guy out there in center that can go get him. He leaps. He had one more step to that wall. The Indians in extra innings, they have the one hit. That was a Stubbs base hit last inning.
Yeah, their last hit was the double by Santana in the 8th before that Stubbs single. And Michael Brantley, who's had a good night offensively, with a couple of doubles, a single, a walk, and a run scored. Center field, right at Jackson, 2 down. Here's a look at the Indians' box score now. Swisher, who left the game after his 3rd hit in the 7th inning. Brantley with a trio of hits. Gomes had the home run early. Mike Aviles doubled and scored back in the 7th. Who's going to be the hero late tonight? Carlos Santana has 1 hit, and he'll be coming up here. The weekly bounce to short. Santiago unloads, and we'll play on. We'll go now to the 14th inning. And we are still tied at 4. And now we go the top of the order for Detroit. Brian Shaw will stay on for a 3rd inning of relief work. Matt Albers had been up in the bullpen briefly, and now I believe Mark Zepchinski is up throwing in the Tribe pen.
How's that scorecard going for you?
Just about out of room.
Yeah, I know it. I go to 15.
Me too.
On my card.
That's where I'm at.
Longest game of the year for the Tribe.
Austin Jackson will lead off for Detroit. Shaw with a fastball in there for strike 1. Down off of his foot. And the count 0-2. And ripped to left field, a base hit. This could be extras. Brantley goes over to cut it off. Jackson Burton towards second base. Here's the throw. It's offline. And Jackson in safely with a leadoff double.
He gets a breaking ball, and that ball is just out over the plate, and he ends up turning on it, gets it over into left field, and with his speed, he's able to challenge the throw from Brantley. You got to stop, turn around, and he gets in there with a double, so they're leadoff man aboard, especially on second base.
Now let's see what Torrey Hunter's doing here. Gomes going to go out and talk with Shaw. Aviles backs up even with the bag at third. Santana even with the bag at first. Hunter takes up and away, ball one. Jim Leland probably feels like Hunter, a veteran hitter. He's always been able to handle the bat. He's very good at taking the ball the other way. Feels like he can get the job done one way or the other. 1-0 pitch upstairs, 2-0. Line drive deep right field. Back is Stubbs. He'll grab it. Jackson tags. He's headed for third. Yeah. And the throw is a little bit offline. It wouldn't have mattered. He's going to beat that.
He got his job done. Hunter did it. Go to the right field deep enough so the speed can tag up and go to third base. Now the go-ahead run is at third. And
but
you've
of course,
got this guy.
Yeah, but of course, instead of Miguel Cabrera, it's Hernan Perez who came on after Cabrera was lifted for defense once his home run gave Detroit a 4-3 lead in the 8th inning. Perez struck out his first time up on a ball that was in the other batter's box. Grounded out to first base. His last time up. Infield in. Cut of the grass all the way around. Upstairs, ball one.
You know, I don't know this guy well enough in a situation. I don't know what kind of hitter he is. I don't know if he's a good bunter, but this is a case where you could run a squeeze play. Absolutely.
I think
you've got the infield in. This guy, I don't know. You've got fielder on deck.
The 1-0 pitch fouled right back. I saw Perez motioning over to Santana, kind of motioning, bunt sign as if to say, watch for a squeeze.
Keep your eye.
Squares.
And I mean, that third baseman's job on the squeeze, if he sees him break, you just start yelling, he's coming. And if that pitcher hears you in time, he could either throw it directly at that hitter or go up and in at his head, so they got to get out of the way.
Back out of play.
That's done with. But anyway, when you're running that squeeze play as a base runner out there, you don't go until you see that landing foot hit the ground with the pitcher where he can't change anything.
Yeah.
To not to give it away, but that's out of play now. 1-2 now. Shaw going to look for the punch out.
Zepchinski in the bullpen would probably be on to face Fielder next if Shaw can get Perez right here. The 1-2 upstairs. Again, the infield in with 1 out. 2-2 pitch in the dirt, and a good block by Gomes.
Nice block. I mean, that was a really good play. You see him, he got it off the bicep.
Yeah, he threw his body at it.
He just tried to deflect it and throw it back in out over the plate. This is the guy you want. You don't want to mess around.
Got to go at him now. 3-2 count. The pitch. Foul first base side. Francona looking over the matchups. Again, Fielder waiting on deck.
Yeah, that's Zepchinski is out there waiting for him.
40th pitch of the night for Shaw. Working in his 3rd inning of relief right now. The 3-2 pitch. He walked him. So now 1st and 3rd with 1 out, and that's going to be it for Shaw. He goes 2 1/3 innings. He'll leave with runners at the corners and only 1 out. And left-hander Mark Zepchinski coming on to face Prince Fielder when we come back. Detroit runners at 1st and 3rd with 1 out. Mark Zepchinski, left-hander, is the 7th Indians pitcher to work here tonight. And the only guy left in the bullpen is now up and getting loose, and that's Matt Albers. For Zepchinski, his 4th appearance now as an Indian. And he's got a tough situation. He's got the left-handed hitting Prince Fielder with the go-ahead run at 3rd base and only 1 out.
Yeah, that's the guy you wanted Shaw to go at, that last hitter in Perez, because now there's no wiggle room for this guy, and you've got Martinez to follow with just 1 out. So he is forced to really be a little more aggressive here to Fielder. With runners at the corners, you hope he hits one at somebody if it's on the ground, or he pops it up, or you can get the strikeout.
Fielder faced Zepchinski earlier in the series, and he hit a ground ball at Jason Kipnis.
They take it that way, right? One more time.
And a first pitch strike. Fastball in there. You see Zabchinski struck the big guy out a couple of times. Swing and a miss. He chased one that time. It's 0-2.
Well, now he's got a chance to go for that punch out.
Fielder has struck out 3 times on the night. Drills it left center in the alley all the way to the wall. Detroit takes the lead. Perez flying around third. He's going to score 2 on an 0-2 pitch. Prince Fielder gaps one to left center, and the Tigers take a 6-4 lead.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly where it was, but it had way too much of the plate. This is a chance you got to bounce one. You got a chance to throw a high fastball to see if he can swing and miss. Let's look at the sequence. He went fastball away, got the strike. Went breaking ball, got him to swing. This breaking ball, man, it stayed up. He had a good, that first breaking ball he threw to him was good. You got to at least bounce it. He left it up. And 2 runs will score. He plugged the gap in left center field. It's a 6-4 game.
Now they'll intentionally walk Victor Martinez. Don Kelly, left-handed hitter, will be the batter now after Zabchinski walks Martinez here intentionally with his next pitch. So 2 on, 1 out, and Kelly the batter. 1 for 5 on the night for Kelly. Fouled back. Two Tigers on with 1 out here in the 14th inning. And Zabchinski's pitch is hit on the ground. Double play ball. Kipnis to Cabrera on to first. That'll end the inning. But the Tigers have the upper hand now. 6-4, bottom of the 14th. And the Indians rally one more time. brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. Joaquin Benoit on now to try and close it out for Detroit. He's a perfect 13 out of 13 since taking over the closer's role. He'll be dealing with the bottom third of the Indians' order here.
Looks like Chisenhall's on deck to hit.
He'll bat for Ryan Rayburn, who came on for Jason Giambi. So, Chisenhall, Gomes, and then Aviles, two up here for the Tribe. Need a base runner to get that tying run to the plate now. And a strike call over the outside corner. Earlier today, the Tigers officially released Jose Valverde, who they had down in AAA Toledo. He was the guy that was the closer, lost it in the postseason. They didn't bring him back this year, but then they panicked and went and got him. They did bring him. He closed for a while, did a decent job, but it was obvious it just wasn't the same. So he went down, accepted an assignment down in the minor leagues, but today they agreed to part company. The 0-2 pitch. Up and in. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Benoit ready with a 1-2. And he throws it right by him. 1 down. Up comes Yan Gomes. Gomes tonight had the home run early. And an RBI ground out. And that was in a key spot, too, because he was up there against the hard-throwing Bruce Rondon, who was hitting 103 miles an hour at the time. And so after Ryan Rayburn had struck out, just getting bat on the ball was an accomplishment. And Gomes did that to get that tying run home from third base. And it stayed that way from the 8th inning until the top half of this 14th inning, when Detroit scored 2 to take the lead. Gomes with a good 2-0 count here. Need a base runner here in the 14th. Taking. That's in there for a strike. It's 2-1.
You take a strike. You need that base runner. You're right to bring the tying run to the plate. Make him throw a strike. Now you're ready.
Fouled back. Had a good cut. 2-2. Now Benoit delivers the 2-2, and it's fouled back out of play. Two balls, two strikes. Benoit is a deliberate worker. He is not in any hurry. And a ground ball foul off the facing of the Tribe dugout. Gomes hanging in there. Now the 2-2 ready from Joaquin Benoit to Yan Gomes. Low and a full count. Benoit giving Jim Leland pause for concern. After he had him down on the count, he's worked it back to a full count. Got that target out of the strike zone. 3-2 pitch. Gomes drives it to right field, but in to make the catch is Torrey Hunter, 2 away. And up comes Mike Aviles. Aviles, one hit on the night. He doubled and scored back in the 7th. Low and away, ball one. In there for a strike. And the count is 1-1. The Detroit Tigers 1 out away from really dealing a severe blow to the Indians. And Mike Aviles keeps it alive for the Tribe with a solid single into left field. And now you turn it over to the top of the order and Michael Bourne.
Well, Aviles keeps it going with 2 outs. He got a pitch down and into his liking. Drilled it into left field. So there's still hope.
Michael Bourne will be the batter. Bourne is hitless on the night. And just 2 for 13 in the series. Aviles takes off for second base. And it's fouled back out of play. Benoit delivers. And a chopper foul again. So the count 0-2. Both times Aviles was off and running. But with Bourne swinging and fouling them both, he's got to go back to first again. Been a frustrating night, frustrating series for Bourne. Benoit sets. He fires. Aviles takes off. Bourne drives one to center field. That's a base hit. Coming around third. Aviles going to be waved home. And he's going to score. And Bourne stops at second base as the ball got by the infielders. And now it's a 1-run game with the tying run at second base as Michael Bourne delivers to keep the Indians fighting here in the bottom of the 14th.
Oh, boy, amazing. Amazing. They come in and make this throw. I think that was Torrey Hunter that's going to throw it and gets by whoever was at second base. Bourne gets his first hit. Plugs the gap, and Aviles was off and running, so they're going to continue to send him. Keep right on going, so give Bourne a double and an RBI as that ball gets past the shortstop on an 0-2 pitch, mind you. That was. So now Stubbs has an opportunity with 2 outs to come back and tie this game.
Well, Drew Stubbs had a base hit his last time up. 6-5 our score. Bottom of the 14th inning. And Brian Pena is going to go out and talk. And now the pitching coach will join the conversation. Benoit has been perfect in the closer's role since he took over. But he's somewhat in peril now with that tying run in scoring position. Drew Stubbs 1 for 2 on the night. Well, for Drew Stubbs, so many of these Indians hitters have been huge with runners in scoring position. Drew on the year a .263 hitter with runners in scoring position. Base hit ties the game with Bourne's speed. Benoit ready. Turn, nothing doing. And a fastball at 96 in there for a strike. Benoit about to make his 20th pitch of the inning now. Almost to the backstop as Pena went out wide of the mark and made a nice stab. Bourne carrying the tying run with him. He's at second base. Outfield shading Stubbs the other way toward right. And again, Benoit turns toward second. Why he would really be concerned with Bourne taking off with 2 outs, I mean, who cares? But it might be more of him trying to figure out what he wants to throw. Taking a long time. Now he's ready. Oh, he had a pitch right there and fouled it right back. Now it's 1-2.
He got himself a fastball. He was up a little bit, fouled it straight back. Down to their last strike.
They were in that same situation with Michael Bourne. Bourne was down to his last strike, and he delivered.
Yeah.
Can Stubbs do it? The 1-2. Fouled right back. And again, he stays alive. Benoit having to work hard for it here tonight. 22 pitches in the inning. And the 1-2. In the dirt, it goes to the backstop. Bourne. The tying run goes to third. And he almost threw one to the backstop earlier in this at-bat.
He was going with that little split he throws, off-speed pitch, hung on to it too long. It's too bad Bourne wasn't on third base. But your head's up, he'll be waiting for another one. You can guarantee that, and that may take that out of play. You know what I mean? When you got to throw that split, he may end up having to get himself a fastball here.
I don't know. He might be coming back with it here. Let's see. The 2-2. Swung out and missed. He strikes him out to end the game. Well, they fight back. They get a run home, but they fall one run short as the tying run ends up 90 feet shy of home plate. And the Detroit Tigers have dealt the Indians a serious blow as they've won the first 3 games of this series, and they've opened up a 6-game lead now in the American League Central Division. The Tigers are 67-45. The Indians fall to 62-52. Jeremy Bonderman ends up the winner tonight for Detroit. His first win in a number of years. He got to go back to 2010, the last time he was with the Tigers. And Joaquin Benoit stays perfect on the year in the saves category. So it's time now for our key play of the game, brought to you by Key Bank.
Now you look at it in extra innings, the 14th inning, an 0-2 pitch is going to come up to Prince Fielder, and he drives it to left center field. He made 2 good pitches to get ahead of him. He hung one. That is going to be our key play of the game. 2 runs come around to score. Get a free Kindle Fire HD when you sign up for a new checking account. Some restrictions apply.
The final score is 6-5 in favor of Detroit. We've got Indians Live on Sports Time Ohio coming up next.